State. Go ahead and find your seat as well. We are starting in now less than a minute. Thank you all for joining us for day 2 of our California Transportation Commission hearing. Before we start, it's wonderful to recognize and see former state assembly member, current Santa Clara Valley Water District, now known as Valley Water, elected board member Jim Bell is in the room. If you, like me, appreciate the fact that we now have more than double the funds to invest in mobility improvements throughout our state, thanks to Senate Bill 1, authored by Jim Bell, then we have a lot to be thankful for his leadership. Once again, life philosophy, we start on time. We do our best to end on time so that we respect your time. It is that time to begin. We're going to ask Doug Remedios to call the roll and make announcements so that people in the room and virtually can fully participate in the decisions that we make. Doug Remedios.
Thank you. Good morning. Start with a roll call. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Eager.
Here.
Commissioner Falcone. Oh, she was logging in. She'll be on shortly. Vice Chair Grisby.
Present.
Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Norton.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Tavaloni. Commissioner Tiffany.
Here.
Chair Guardino.
Present.
Senator Cortese, I believe, is joining us later. Assemblymember Wilson. Chair, we have a quorum.
Doug, thank you. Before we begin, would you like to go over instructions to help people fully participate?
Thank you. Welcome to day 2 of the March 2024 CTC meeting in San Jose, and welcome to spring. First day of spring today. Commission meetings agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission meetings page of our website under the View Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. And that, just FYI, we see Commissioner Falcone has joined us. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Spanish language translation is also being provided. You can access through the webinar, you can access this service through the Interpretations tab at the bottom of your screen. For those in the room, translators are available at the back of the room, right back there. Thank you. Please come and see myself or ask us in the Q&A tab for our folks online if you have questions about that. Live closed captioning is available on the webinar as well. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there to choose from. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. If you are presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. For the members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk at the front of the room. That's me. And if you submitted yesterday, I do still have those, so no need to resubmit. Let us know which item you want to comment on. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raise hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Commission staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use the Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants as they are registered to a specific attendee and may create confusion for staff when making your comments. For all meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with the comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 2 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on a single item, we reserve the right to limit the comments to 1 minute as needed. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Chair.
Doug, thank you. We are delighted to see so many of our stakeholders from throughout the state here with us in person today, as well as I'm sure online. Now, staff and I huddled this morning and we had an idea that we just wanted to run by you. We could just say items 20 through 163, staff recommends, and have a motion for approval, and we can all go to the beach. Okay. Unfortunately, that wasn't every hand clapping, so we'll do it the old-fashioned way this morning. But we are delighted that you are here. Many of you came up to myself or members of our team last evening and this morning asking for a copy of the Disagree Better 90-second video with Colorado Governor Jared Polis and Utah Governor Spencer Cox. If you'd like that, we will be sending it out, the link. And I would also have that link. And if you want to see me during a break, I can link it to you as well. But let's be salmon, shall we? At a time when the national discourse has grown more and more coarse instead of discourse, let's swim against that tide. That's my commitment to you. There's a psychological term called flooding. When people feel attacked and disrespected or surprised or marginalized, they often shut down and then they can't communicate. It floods them. Let's not be that place. Let's push back against the national tide. Again, it doesn't mean not disagreeing. Our country was formed by leaders who passionately disagreed. And they would shoot down issues, but they didn't have to shoot down each other. So let's be like those leaders and not like Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton, who instead of shooting at issues actually shot at each other. Can we continue to do that? Thank you. I see a lot of heads going vertical, and by respecting each other while still disagreeing strongly, we can make better policy for all of California. With that, let's move again, as we mentioned yesterday, item 19 has been moved to our May 16 and 17 meeting. So we're starting with item 20 today on 2025 Active Transportation Program Fund Estimate. We'll ask, there you go. Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. So we're going to ask Justin Behrens and Keith Duncan, who hit it out of the park with a brief, concise, but substantive presentation yesterday.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 20 is an action item. Keith Duncan from Caltrans Budgets will present the 2025 Active Transportation Program Fund Estimate, and staff is recommending adoption of the fund estimate as presented.
Chair, Commissioners, good morning, and most importantly, happy Friday. As mentioned, Keith Duncan, Caltrans Division of Budgets, and now presenting tab 20, the proposed 2025 Active Transportation Program Fund Estimate. Brevity in mind. You've seen the presentation online, your agenda materials. It's similar to what we shared with you in January. We have our base funding when it comes to the ATP program, our base state transportation revenue. We have our federal funds, and we have our known program projects. The wild card here is the general fund. We know what was in the proposed budget in January. There's a reduction to the augmentation. So when it comes to the fund estimate, similar to January, What we are proposing is, as is traditional when it comes to our development fund estimate, we don't take proposals into account. We take what's in law. And currently, the entire $1 billion from the general fund is in the enacted budget. So the fund estimate is developed based upon what's in the budget at this point in time. Next slide, please. Again, some of the materials, we know when it comes to a fund estimate, we identify the available resources. We identify those resources that are needed for what projects that are already programmed, and then what's left is made available for the next cycle. Next slide, please. Here, just a quick summary of the numbers, the dollars that are included in your agenda materials. And you can see for the first, sorry, now take your glasses off. For the first 2 years of this available for this next cycle, we have about $100 million available for new projects. And for the latter 2 years, we have roughly $180 million available for the next cycle. Next slide, please. We have been working closely with commission staff. We know that this budgetary time is quite a bit of a challenge, and knowing the general fund revenue is low. So there's a lot of negotiations that are going to happen between the administration, legislature. We're not sure what's going to happen. So the plan is, or what we're recommending to you today, is adopting a fund estimate based on what's in the budget, which is the full $1 billion that was originally approved by the legislature and administration a couple years ago. We'll see how the negotiations go. And then once we get to actual signing of the budget come in July, if the reduction of the augmentation is part of that enacted budget, then we would plan to provide you an amended fund estimate at the August meeting. But fingers and toes crossed that maybe that won't happen. So then we can continue with the cycle based on this fund estimate we're presenting to you today. So with that, next slide, please. I want to thank our Caltrans budgets team, our financial programming, and CTC staff for the collaboration as we try to figure out what is the best fund estimate that we can present to you today. And I'll be available for any questions you may have.
Please don't go away, and thank you. Justin, is there anything that anyone on our team would like to add to this before we hear from the public and the commission?
We're recommending approval of the fund estimate.
Great. Thank you, Justin. Let's go first virtually. If we have anyone calling in, I'll say Justin too.
Do not see any requests from any of our virtual attendees at this time.
Great. In the room, is there anyone who would like to ask questions or make comments on this item? Great. And welcome, Senator Cortese. It's great to have you on the dais with us. You served on this dais for how many years in your other capacity as a Board of Supervisor member?
12 years here on the Board of Supervisors, and then you can multiply that with VTA meetings and a number of other assignments, as you know.
Wow.
Thank you very much for welcoming me. And again, I was on the online version yesterday, but I'm very happy to be here in person. I'm honored to be serving ex officio on the commission. Thank you.
We're the beneficiaries of your wisdom and insight. So thank you for joining us. And I see that at the very beginning, they were just patching in. We have remotely our commissioner colleagues, Commissioner Clarissa Falcone and Adonia Lugo. Thank you for joining us remotely. Assuming when Commissioner Norton and Commissioner Tavaloni arrive, Douglas, just please let us know. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Norton. With that, are there questions, comments on this item from commission colleagues? Okay, then I would be looking for a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Crisby, seconded by Commissioner Cruz. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Justin. We're moving on to item 21. The hearing on the 2025 Active Transportation Program. Beverly Newman Burkhardt, you've done so much work on this. Thank you. We're eager to hear your report.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. So tab 21 is an information item.
The purpose of this hearing is to obtain final public comment on the 2025 Active Transportation Program Guidelines before their adoption under tab 22. And the proposed 2025 Active Transportation Program Guidelines are included as attachment B to tab 22. The 2025 Active Transportation Program Guidelines describe the policies, standards, criteria, and procedures for the development, adoption, and management of the 2025 Active Transportation Program. Staff presented the draft 2025 Active Transportation Program Guidelines to the Commission at its January meeting. Since this presentation, only one minor change has been made to the guidelines. In section 21, paragraph C, which is the scoring criteria section of the guidelines, we added language to reflect a new question that was added to the safety section of the application. This question asks applicants to describe the considerations made when evaluating and selecting the project's bikeway classification type. This change will help applicants better describe how their project's proposed bikeway types are appropriate for the roadway context. The guidelines were developed in close collaboration with our partners through 10 public workshops. Overall, Commission staff proposed minimal policy changes to the 2025 Active Transportation Program. Over the past decade, we have worked closely with our program partners to refine, streamline, and ensure consistency within the program. Maintaining consistency with last cycle's guidelines allows repeat applicants to focus on strengthening their application based on evaluator feedback and community input. As discussed in January, there are a few noteworthy changes to the guidelines this cycle compared to last cycle, including a new online application portal that houses a user-friendly online application, plus resources and tools for applicants to use as they put together their application. We also developed a new internal process for tracking Federal Justice 40 requirements. We added 2 new federal tools as disadvantaged community identifiers, both of which capture some community burdens that aren't reflected in our existing tools. And we also developed a new project cancellation process that will help us capture lessons learned and refine program policies in future cycles. In conjunction with the development of the guidelines, Commission staff provided technical assistance to potential applicants around the state from October 2023 through March 2024. So I'd like to take a few moments to highlight this work. Our efforts included 9 in-person technical assistance workshops targeting some of the state's most disadvantaged regions, as well as regions that are underrepresented in the program. We also opened this opportunity up to any other interested region. These workshops provided a forum for applicants to ask questions and discuss region-specific challenges. And overall, our technical assistance workshops targeted 21 counties. We also provided applicants with one-on-one time to discuss potential projects with Commission staff through in-person and virtual site visits. Staff toured 86 projects across 17 counties in the span of in person, and then 87 projects across 31 counties virtually, all within the span of 5 months. During these site visits, we helped applicants troubleshoot application issues and discuss the best ways to integrate their community's story into different parts of the application. As with previous cycles, we will be presenting an engagement report to the Commission at a future meeting, highlighting our successes and lessons learned from these engagement and technical assistance efforts. And I need to take a moment to thank my colleagues, Lori Waters and Alika Changizi, for their work on the guidelines and our engagement efforts over the last 7 months. Lori led most of our in-person site visits and workshops, tirelessly traveling to a new region almost every week for several months to ensure that we could help as many communities as possible. Alika, meanwhile, developed our engagement strategy and plan for this cycle and managed all of the coordination work with our local and regional partners to ensure that our workshops and site visits were successful, while also leading almost all of our virtual site visits. As a team, we'd like to thank our colleagues on the Caltrans Local Assistance ATP team and at the Active Transportation Resource Center for their partnership in developing these guidelines and for sharing their expertise with applicants during our technical assistance workshops and site visits. Finally, we'd like to thank our many local, regional, state, and advocacy partners for their input and expertise as we develop these guidelines. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll hand things back over to the chair to open the hearing or ask questions.
Beverly, thank you. I'm just going to make a comment as we open the hearing. You heard that correctly. in just 7 months, 86 site visits, 87 virtual meetings with a team of just 3. Beverly, Lori, Alika, hats off to you and our Caltrans partners and our Active Transportation Resource Center partners as well.
Thank you.
With that, let's go to Justin to see if we have anyone online who would like to speak to item 21.
Do not see any requests from our virtual attendees at this time to comment on this item. Thank you.
Great. In the room, we have at least one speaker card. Can Sarkis Kachek please come forward? And if anyone else would like to speak to this item, we like to queue up for the efficiency of our time together. Sarkis, welcome.
Thank you. Thank
The
you,
clock
Chair.
will start when your lips start to move.
Okay, thank you. Chair, Commissioners, Senator Cortese, Sarkis Kachuk with Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. We're here today to speak in support of the guidelines. We want to thank Beverly for all the collaboration and transparency in the process. We also wanted to thank CTC staff for coming to Santa Barbara County for the site visit and for having a branch workshop that actually helps reduce the intimidation of applying for programs like this for some of the smaller agencies, having that face-to-face interaction. So we're thankful for that. And we're also thankful for the online application that the state has developed for the program. So with that, that concludes my remarks, and just want to say thank you.
Sarkis, thank you. We have one other person. As you notice, item 21 is an information item, but it's linked to item 22, which will be an action item. And Carl Anderson, glad that you are here. You have a great name, even if you spell it incorrectly. And we would love to hear from you.
All right, thank you, Chair Gardino. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Carl Anderson with Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And I wanted to express our support for the 2025 Active Transportation Program Cycle 7 guidelines. First, I'd like to extend our appreciation to Lori, Beverly, and Alika and Caltrans staff for their work in developing these guidelines in the new application format. Additionally, I want to thank the Commission for their commitment to robust engagement efforts, such as branch workshops throughout the state and in-person field visits. These initiatives have enabled jurisdictions across the Bay and the state to compete more successfully and, as Sarkis said, feel less intimidated with the ATP. Again, I want to affirm our support for the Cycle 7 guidelines, and we also support the adoption of MPC's regional guidelines under item 23. And I'm here and available to answer any questions if they come up. Thank you, and we look forward to the call for projects.
Carl, thank you. Is there anyone else today in person who would like to speak to this item? Oh, yeah. Oh, wonderful. Justin, would you mind reading that to us?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardino. We did receive one written comment at this time. BCAG sincerely thanks all the great staff at the commission. Special thanks for coming up to Chico for the workshop and site visit to the region.
And I assume that BCAG means the Butte County Association of Governments? Yeah. Great. We'll try to be as acronym free as we can. Terrific. Okay, with it. Wise words. Immediate past Chair Eager. Thank you. If there are no other comments, we are going to move to item 22. Beverly?
Chair Gardino. Okay, so tab 22 is an action item to adopt the 2025 Active Transportation Program guidelines. Once the guidelines are adopted, the 2025 Active Transportation Program call for projects will open, and there may be some applicants watching right now. So specifically will open a little bit later today. So you'll see those applications go up soon. So staff recommends approval of the 2025 Active Transportation Program guidelines as proposed in attachment B.
I'll make the motion.
Shall we ask if we have anyone online or in the room who would like to specifically speak to item 22? Okay.
Not seeing any requests virtually at this time.
Great, and in the room as well. Thank you, Commissioner Eager. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bradshaw. Discussion? Oh. Oh, thank you. Commissioner Falcone, thank you. We have a motion and a second. We have not yet taken action further than that. Commissioner Falcone, please take yourself off of mute.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I just want to say really quickly, recognizing all the great work that Lori and Beverly and Lika have done on this. This is a heavy lifting. I've watched some of the workshops and have been really impressed by the openness and receptivity of the staff, and really listening to the needs, particularly of areas and regions that are not as resourced in staff, and we're really trying to make the applications a lot more accessible to folks. So I just really want to uplift the work that they've done and to thank them. It is an oversubscribed program, and hopefully we'll see more robust funding in years to come. But just want to say thank you to the staff. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Comments from any other commissioners? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Before we continue with the vote, then I understand that Commissioner Norton just raised her hand as well. Adonia and Hillary, I think you're in the same place. If you can take yourself off of mute.
Okay, this is Hillary Norton, Commissioner, and I just wanted to second what my colleague, Commissioner Falcone said about the extensive work by the staff. And I also wanted to ask, given that we've been hearing about where SHOP is going with much more multimodal walking and biking, and our goal of creating full networks with not only our state funding, but private and federal funding, I was wondering if we are giving any priority points to closures in gaps, so that if there's an opportunity to like connect the networks, is that going to be a priority, and how are we going to recognize it given the multitudes of wonderful project applications that are coming forth that are multimodal, that could be contributing piece by piece to having a really robust pedestrian and active transportation and disability mobility for all network?
Thanks, Commissioner. Okay, so we don't give specific like priority points for gap closure projects, but it is something that is asked about in the application, and it is something that is scored. So in the need part of the application, we ask about like all different types of needs, but applicants are specifically asked to address how the project closes gaps. And then they provide like a gap closure map that kind of shows the existing network and where their project connects to the existing network, kind of an overall view. So it's scored there. And then for larger projects, so for medium and large projects, which are kind of over $3.5 million, applicants are also asked to talk about how they're creating a low stress network. And that is in the context sensitivity and innovation section of the application. So they talk about how this project is either connecting into a low stress network, or maybe it's the first piece of a low stress network, and like it's part of their overall vision. So it's definitely something that's kind of integrated in throughout the application, and it is something that is scored.
Thank you so much. I just wanted that read into the record because I think this is something really important to all of our listeners.
I also, you
Great
also
work.
mentioned people with disabilities and older adults, and that is also something that's integrated in throughout the application. Pretty much every question asks applicants to touch on those populations, and in the context of need, and then in the context of safety, making sure they're taking into account their needs as they're developing their projects.
Thank you. I'm just so proud of CTC's leadership in this regard. And once again, Director Taylor and all CTC staff, I know this is a huge lift, but it is changing the mobility marketplace, and it's saving lives by creating these safe networks. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. And I would ask if Justin Behrens, as you continue to track the legislature and the budget, as we get closer to the May revise, if there's going to be an impact on the funding levels for our ATP Cycle 7 program, to keep us apprised.
Yeah, we'll certainly update the commission at the May meeting and beyond that if there are any impacts to the program.
Wonderful. With that, if I don't see any other hands virtually or in the room from our commissioner colleagues, we do have a motion and a second on the table. I think we already voted on those in support. So now we're going to those in opposition. Hearing none. Any abstentions? None. This passes unanimously. Thank you. To be transparent, you may have noticed I'm wearing a mask today. I started feeling a little scratchy in my throat, took a COVID test this morning. I do not have COVID, but I do feel a little scratchy. So to the several of you who actually requested that I cover my face because I look better with my face covered, that is not the reason why. Just want to keep you all healthy. With that, let's move on to agenda item 23. Delegation of authority to approve the 2025 Active Transportation Program Regional Guidelines. Beverly, back to you.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, so tab 23 is an action item to delegate authority to the Commission's Executive Director to approve the 2025 Active Transportation Program Regional Guidelines for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Program statute and the 2025 Active Transportation Program guidelines allow the 10 large metropolitan planning organizations to develop guidelines outlining the regional project selection process and the MPO component of the ATP. Regional guidelines must be consistent with the state guidelines, but the MPOs do have some discretion in certain areas, such as issuing a supplemental call for projects and adjusting project selection criteria and weighting. By developing regional guidelines, MPOs can encourage applicants to propose projects that advance regional goals and priorities. Regional guidelines must be approved by the Commission. Most MPOs will come forward for regional guidelines adoption at the June Commission meeting. However, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission requested early approval of their guidelines so that the regional call for projects could be released concurrently with the statewide call for projects. This streamlines the application process for applicants as they know both regional and state priorities as they develop their applications. The Metropolitan Transportation Commission's regional guidelines highlight several regional priorities that will be factored into their project selection, including consistency with Plan Bay Area 2050 health and safety goals and transportation strategies, as well as consistency with countywide plans. The Metropolitan Transportation Commission will adopt their regional guidelines on March 27th, which is next week, which is why this item seeks to delegate the authority to approve them to the Commission's Executive Director. The guidelines were developed through a comprehensive public input process and vetted through the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's committee process. The Metropolitan Transportation Commission is not expecting any changes to the guidelines presented to the Commission today. However, if the guidelines adopted by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission next week are different than the guidelines presented today, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission must return to the Commission with a new request for approval in May. Staff has reviewed the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's regional guidelines and finds them consistent with the 2025 Active Transportation Program guidelines. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission delegate authority to the Commission's Executive Director to approve the 2025 Active Transportation Program regional guidelines for the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. Staff will report back to the Commission on the status of these guidelines at the May Commission meeting.
Beverly, thank you for the report. Carl Anderson looks like he is on pins and needles over there. If he's going back to MTC, successful or not. So we're going to find the answer to that in a moment, Carl. Do we have anyone calling in online on this item?
Do not see any requests at this time to comment on this item.
Great. In the room. Thank you, Douglas. Commission colleagues, conversation on this? Do I see a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Great. Commissioner Tiffany makes the motion, seconded by Commissioner Bradshaw. I'm checking my phone because oh, was that? When did you learn to throw your voice like that? Vice Chair Grisby, thank you. Want to make sure there's no text from our colleagues about speaking or making a motion on these items. So we do have motion by Commissioner Tiffany, second by Vice Chair Grisby. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? In the 10th year of our ATP program, I've always thought it was appropriate that we call the cycles when we're talking about active transportation. So, and this is, of course, cycle 7. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 24, we're holding until the afternoon. So we're moving on to item 25, fiscal year 22-23, local streets and roads expenditure reporting. This is an information item. Alicia Sequeira, are you dialing in or are you in the room today? Great. Thank you. Alicia, welcome. And as you're taking yourself off of mute, the work that Alicia and her team have done for all cities and counties complying and being well informed on this effort has just been amazing. Alicia?
Thank you so much, commissioners. Good morning. So as tab 25 is an information item, as you said, for the fiscal year 2022-23 local streets and roads annual expenditure reporting update. As of January 19th, 2024, the California Transportation Commission staff received 539 annual expenditure reports for the fiscal year from cities and counties in the local streets and roads funding program. This marks the 6th consecutive year in which all jurisdictions submitted the required reports. And for reference, the program has only had 6 reporting years. So we are 100% for every year. Cities and counties were expected to account for approximately $4.7 billion in apportionments. This is including $1.8 billion from remaining prior year funds, $3 billion from fiscal year 2022-23 total combined. Cities and counties reported spending $1.2 billion in program funds and over 3,200 projects that were either completed or in progress within the fiscal year. This means that these projects were active or completed at any point within the fiscal year. 1.2 billion is the most amount that we have ever had actually spent in any given fiscal year. We anticipated that around year 5 or 6, so we are currently on track for expenditures. Details regarding the expenditure data reported can be found in attachment A to the book item. We also have a project list of all detail reported to the commission is posted on the program website. We are currently preparing for fiscal year 2024-25 project list submittals and for funding eligibility, which are going to be due to the commission by July 1st, 2024, with our first technical training session scheduled for April 25th. And I just want to thank Celeste Aceves and Leanne Bachan with our team for their incredible work, and also our partnership with our regional transportation and metropolitan agencies, as well as all of the jurisdictions for all of their hard work to ensure that the program continues to be successful. Are there any questions?
Microphone.
Alicia, thank you for the report and recognizing your teammates as well. Do we have anyone online who would like to address this item?
Not seeing any requests at this time from our virtual attendees.
Thank you, Justin. In the room, I'm not seeing anyone stepping forward. Commissioners, questions, comments? Again, this is an information item. Thank you, Alicia. Moving on to item 26, Caltrans System and Investment Strategy Update. Bridget, and Marlon Flournoy. Bridget?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardino, and good morning, commissioners. Tab 26 is an information item. Marlon Flournoy, Division Chief for Transportation Planning at Caltrans, will provide an update on the Caltrans System Investment Strategy. And without further ado, I'll pass it over to Marlon.
Great. Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the commission, Chair Gardino, commissioners. I'm going to be providing an update on the Caltrans System Investment Strategy. And before getting started, I did want to acknowledge our Caltrans team, who's done a phenomenal job at working with all the stakeholders, working with the commission staff, and it's been a real strong partnership. So really happy to see us get to this point and looking forward to next steps. Next slide. So today I'm going to provide a general update on CSIS, including recent changes since we've last presented at the December CTC meeting. We also wanted to share extensive public engagement that we've conducted in recent months that will continue through the next few months. Next, I'll highlight some of the some of the feedback that we received on the administrative draft from our last fall and winter 2023 update, and how Caltrans is addressing them. And then lastly, I'll close out with the timeline. Next slide. So one of the changes that we've made to CSIS late last year was removing the version numbering 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 from the nomenclature to avoid any confusion as to which updates are with which versions. Another change that we've made in last December was disassociating the PID assessment, this project initiation document assessment, from CSIS. So what this means is that projects that have a completed project initiation document, that CSIS applies to those projects, while projects that are pre-PID and going through PID development, the PID assessment would apply to those projects and would determine conceptual CAPDI alignment. And this process is guided by two guidance documents that we have. The first is the state-sponsored project initiation document guidance, which has successfully been implemented since 2022. And then we have the locally sponsored PID alignment guidance, which we're releasing the final document today. These two documents will be incorporated into Caltrans Project Development Procedures Manual later this year. I'm also pleased to share that we've released the draft CSIS on March 1st for a 45-day public comment period, and that ends on April the 15th. Next slide. One of the primary reasons for developing CSIS is to align with and implement CalSTA's Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPDI. So this is a key action S4.1, which calls for Caltrans to align its project nominations with CAPDI investment framework through a data and performance-driven approach. The CSIS public release includes two draft documents. First, we have the draft CSIS, which is commonly referred to as the CSIS main document. This document establishes Caltrans' framework and general prioritization methodology for pursuing state and federal competitive funds. The second document is part of the CSIS public release, and this is the draft CAPDI alignment metrics, which is a companion document to the draft CSIS. So this document includes methodology for each metric to assess alignment with the 10 CAPDI guiding principles based off of 9 quantitative and 2 qualitative metrics. Next slide. The CSIS investment framework guides how projects are prioritized for state and federal discretionary programs. While projects' alignment with CAPDI is an important piece of the CSIS investment framework, a project must first be competitive for the program in which they are nominated. For this reason, CSIS investment framework prioritizes projects based off of program fit first, which screens projects for eligibility and meeting statutory requirements, then assesses competitiveness with program objectives and evaluation criteria. Lastly, assessment of program fit is a qualitative approach. In the near future, we'll be developing a second companion document to CSIS on program fit criteria for state and federal discretionary programs. Next slide. So this graphic illustrates our commitment to assess CAPDI alignment based off of the 10 CAPDI principles. As you can see by the color codes that crosswalk each of the CAPDI principles to one or more metrics on the right, which are the 11 metrics in the draft CAPDI alignment document currently under public release. The stars indicate quantitative metrics and the diamond indicates qualitative metrics. Next slide. So in the realm of public engagement, which we're extremely pleased about, we've enhanced our outreach strategy this year to ensure that partners felt heard and fully understand how their feedback is being addressed. So for the first feedback loop, the comments that we received in the fall through the winter of 2023, we also conducted 3 public workshops in late January focusing on rural, suburban, and the urban perspective. We walked through all the metrics and presented the feedback that we received and also talked about the adjustments that were made in response to the feedback. In the last in the first 2.5 months of this calendar year, we've held over 30 stakeholder meetings with 26 partners to discuss their comments that were provided last fall and winter. We also presented at various external forums, including Rural County Task Force, the RTPA group, as well as local technical committees throughout the state. We have 5 partner meetings left, and we'll be wrapping those up this month. We're also planning a second and final feedback loop to the public stakeholder process, which will be in May, before we finalize the document in June. The feedback loop is to inform the public and stakeholders the comments that we received as part of the 45-day comment period and how we're addressing those comments, as well as provide an update on the metric pilot on Caltrans nominations for SB1, TCEP, and SCCP. This framework loop will include 1 public workshop, and we may have follow-up meetings with partners to wrap up any significant feedback as needed. Next slide. So from October to December 2023, we received about 600 individual comments on a CSIS working document from over 30 entities, which a large majority came from local and regional agencies, but we also received comments from other state agencies and advocacy groups. These are some of the themes that I want to share today. In the interest of time, I'm going to try to cover these as quickly as I can. All right, so in the general feedback that we got, so we've adjusted the metrics in response to the main comments, including establishing a consistent 0 to 10 scoring across all the metrics. So that helps simplify things a bit. Also, in the rural context, there are certain metrics that include rural consideration where it's appropriate to do so. Just for example, for mode shift, accessibility and disadvantaged community, access to jobs and destination metrics. They account for relative change, meaning that a project with a lower baseline, which often is lower in rural regions, will not affect the overall score for rural projects. For example, on a mode shift metric, the introduction of bus service or active transportation infrastructure which would not induce significant mode shift in an urban area that has already had these types of infrastructure. This would be transformative for rural areas and would score well. In terms of VMT, another good example is this metric accounts for absolute value. Sorry, lost my spot here. So this actually looks at absolute value. So, so for rural projects, even if VMT increases, they're typically smaller in magnitude compared to urban projects. The outcome of the metric pilot for Caltrans project nominations for SB1 and SCCP may reveal if the rural context is adequately considered, and we'll be evaluating further refinements as needed. In terms of VMT, We've addressed the first comments as listed on the slide, and we'll continue to refine this metric in the future iterations to promote VMT reduction while also maintaining consistency with the CAPI principle. On the request to combine VMT and mode shift metrics, we've looked into this and decided to keep the metrics separate for two reasons. First, they target different CAPI principles. And second, we observe significant differences in directionality with these two metrics. For certain projects that include VMT mitigation, would result in overall decrease in VMT while projecting a mode shift to autos. So therefore, a project would score well in a VMT metric due to overall VMT decrease, but the mode shift metric would score lower to shift to autos. On the last set of comments that we received, we're not going to be considering a couple of these just because they're not necessarily directly tied to the 10 CAPI guiding principles. But I do want to touch base on the request to add a metric on economic development. We've given a great amount of thought into this request, and because Caltrans transportation investments and investments in general should be advancing the economy. While the current CAPI alignment metrics do not necessarily directly measure economic development, there is a spectrum of economic benefits embedded in these metrics that support economic prosperity, and which is one of our core 4 priorities. For example, CAPI metrics on accessibility and disadvantaged communities, access to jobs and destination have a direct economic implications and benefits to investments that further economic development and jobs and housing. And access to opportunity and jobs is proven to improve economic outcomes and activities. And there are other CAPI metrics that also correlate with increasing economic opportunities and economic recovery. While prioritizing projects on current CAPI metrics also leads to greater economic outcomes, we do intend on exploring suitable metrics for measuring economic development. An option under consideration is adding a metric under our program fit, where economic development is an evaluation criteria for programs such as SCCP and TCEP. This approach would not only maintain the integrity of the CSIS investment framework, but also elevates economic metrics since the program fit is the first prioritization applied to projects. So we're going to be exploring this over the next couple of months, and we'll certainly be willing to come back with an update. And lastly, we're going to be a little bit of feedback there. Lastly, we're going to be developing a plan for the CSIS updates and the next CSIS update, what that would entail. So we're already looking into an update on the program fit, as I had mentioned, we'll be happy to come back to you on that. Next slide. So I just want to wrap up my update with the fact that the CSIS timeline is going to be coming very quickly as we look to wrap up these activities. We're scheduled to present the CSIS at the joint CTC CARB and HCD meeting April 11th. So we're really pleased to provide an update there. On April 15th is the end of our 45-day public comment period. And the team will be addressing the comments received as well as reviewing the results of the metric pilot for the SB1 project nominations and making necessary adjustments. And the team will also provide that feedback loop that I had mentioned at the May public workshop that we'll be holding with partners. And then we'll be wrapping up our first major CSIS with future updates starting in June. So with that said, that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Marlon, thank you. I always learn so much from your reports and seeing how you bring these in a metrics way, both quantitative and qualitative, was really helpful. Thank you. We're going to first go online to see if there's anyone who has questions or comments. Justin?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. Yes, we do have virtual attendees indicating they wish to comment on this item. I'd like to call first on Dory Chandler.
Great. And a reminder to all of our speakers, up to 2 minutes, and we will start once you start speaking.
Good morning. I'm Dory Chandler with the Coalition for Clean Air. California currently stands on the precipice of change. SB 32 and CAPTI are pushing our state to take actions that significantly reduce GHG emissions and VMT. Data shows that despite that progress, California has continued to see an increase in per capita GHG and VMT in nearly all regions. If California continues advancing at its current rate, smog pollution, heat waves, and drought will envelop our state and impact the health and quality of life of Californians. The role of the CSIS is a crucial one. This program has the potential to flag projects that would move us away from the future that CAPTI envisions for our state, and to instead work with developers to amend the projects into something better. Similarly, the metrics proposed by Caltrans will highlight projects that promote mode shift away from single occupancy vehicles, uplift projects that conduct meaningful public engagement, and boost projects that improve accessibility and reduce air pollution within our most vulnerable communities. We strongly support CSIS in its current form and simply ask that Caltrans preserve these metrics and continues to strengthen them in future updates. We also ask that Caltrans take steps to make the final CSIS scores available to stakeholders and the public prior to the approval vote of the project. One of the most important elements of CSIS is its potential to foster a healthy competition cycle of public agencies, bringing their projects into alignment with CAPTI goals. This will work to its full potential if the metrics are published early enough for all stakeholders, including the public and decision makers like CTC commissioners, to have access to this information in advance of key decision points. Finally, we ask that Caltrans makes the process of CSIS implementation within the project selection process as clear as possible with the document. Currently, the CSIS provides little information on the timeline of evaluation, including which steps will be taken and which decision makers will be involved. This is important for the public and will help project developers better prepare their projects for evaluation. By explicitly defining the CSIS implementation framework, Caltrans will improve predictability and eliminate any remaining biases,
Dory, your time has expired.
making the CSIS stronger and more effective. Thank you.
Up next, we have William Walker.
Hi, good morning, commissioners, staff. Good morning to Bridget and Marlon. I am the EAC chair, and that's the Equity Advisory Committee for Caltrans, CalSTA, and the CTC. I actually was thinking to speak on this not as an EAC chair, but we actually did receive an update in September of 2023 on CSIS. And I understand that your public comment period began at the beginning of this month. I'm just hoping that in the future, when the public comment periods come about and your engagement strategies around CSIS happen, that we could be a part of that outreach. I've just observed in the past year that I've been involved with the EAC that a number of folks are coming to the CTC and it's too late to make an impact on a lot of the projects, like the I-15 project that came to the CTC in recent memory, the Yolo bypass. And folks come to this meeting, but they've missed all the meetings prior at the local level. And I also will be bringing a motion to our April meeting to look at how we do things at the local level with the 12 district offices so that the EAC can be a bit more involved, not just at this meeting, but like at the public hearings that are happening locally. Commissioner Lugo also spoke to wanting to see how the EAC could be seen at the local level. She attended our last meeting, and I encourage y'all to also attend our meetings. I know that Bridget's definitely been to our meetings. I'm not sure if you have, Marlon, but definitely we'd like to be a part of the community engagement process so that we can meet our equity goals as well. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Our next speaker online.
Up next, we have James Pugh.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. I'm speaking on behalf of NextGen California. I'd like to express our appreciation for all of the great work that went into the development of these CSIS metrics. This data-driven approach will help ensure that California is promoting projects that move our state toward a sustainable and clean transportation system by ensuring that they are in alignment with the CAPDI. We encourage you to preserve these metrics as they currently exist. And in the spirit of strengthening the transparency in this process, we would recommend that upon implementation, CSIS scores are made available to the public prior to project approval. Thank you.
Thank you for weighing in. Next online speaker, please.
Up next, we have Mike Woodman.
Chair Gardino, fellow commissioners, Senator Cortese, thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item. Mike Woodman, Executive Director of the Nevada County Transportation Commission. First, I would just like to thank Caltrans and the CSIS team for their continued engagement with the members of the Rural Counties Task Force and their commitment to continue that dialogue and make refinements as needed following the upcoming SB1 cycle. NCTC, the Nevada County Transportation Commission, is supportive of the state's efforts to identify opportunities to leverage funding for projects that are in alignment with CAPDI principles. However, we do still have some concerns that some of the CSIS criteria may unintentionally result in disadvantaging rural projects in being able to secure critical funding partnerships with Caltrans. There's been a lot of progress that has been made in this version of the CSIS, but more work is still needed. For most of the rural regions with their small formula shares, without the state partnership funding, many critical safety, operational, goods movement, and evacuation projects will essentially not be able to be delivered, which is why it's so important that as a state, we get this right. And I would also add that this is important for both our rural and our MPO partners as well, to ensure that the methodologies and criteria do not mischaracterize or disadvantage projects that actually reduce emissions, improve operations, and improve safety in some of our freight corridors within our regions. NCTC and the Rural Counties Task Force are committed to working with the department as well as our RTPA partners, and we look forward to that continued engagement. Getting into these methodologies and the criteria is really technical, and we're the technical experts with the expertise on the ground. So it's important that we work together to make sure that we get this right. So thank you for your time.
Mike, thank you. Our next online speaker.
Up next, we have Nafili Barrett.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. I'm Nafili Barrett, Chair of the Rural Counties Task Force and Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. Hopefully I don't repeat too much of what Mike just said. So first, I'd like to thank Marlon, as well as Sonara Fang, Hunter Owens, and the rest of the CSIS team for meeting with RCTF members earlier this month for an in-depth discussion about the rural perspective on the CSIS and the metrics. We appreciate some of the changes that have been made in this version, but we do still have concerns about how the metrics may unfairly disadvantage rural projects. So I'm going to give a quick summary with some specific examples of how we think those metrics may disadvantage our projects. Overall, we have concerns with the equity index tool that's used in several metrics. The EQI wasn't developed for application to the CSIS and hasn't been adequately vetted by the regional agencies. It uses census blocks rather than tracts, which results in a much higher margin of error in rural areas and ends up reducing areas in the rural regions that should be considered disadvantaged, but aren't due to inaccurate or insufficient data. It's also inconsistent with AB 1550 and Justice 40 mapping. The safety metric requires selection of improvements from a set menu of options rather than just considering the degree of improvement in safety to allow for the most appropriate improvement in any given situation. The accessibility metric uses a time decay that's calibrated to metropolitan level trip making, which may not accurately reflect interregional trips that are common in rural areas. Essential destinations in rural areas often take longer to reach, which means that accessibility improvements for basic needs may not score as well as they would in urban areas. The disadvantaged community traffic impacts metric, which focuses on changes in truck-weighted AADT, appears to assume that truck traffic. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the engagement.
Nafili, thank you. We appreciate you calling in. We have roughly currently 4 more online speakers. Justin, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yes, that concludes all the
misheard
virtual
you.
attendees. We do see Commissioner Norton with her hand raised.
Great, but we'll go to our online people before we go to our commissioners. Any other online commenters?
No, none other at this time.
Okay, great. In the room, do we have questions or comments in the room? Seeing none, we have 3 of our commissioner colleagues online who would like to have a question or comment. We're going to start in order with Commissioner Lugo, then Commissioner Falcone, then Commissioner Norton, and I see in the room Commissioner Tiffany and Vice Chair Grisby. Commissioner Lugo, please.
All right. Thank you, Chair Guardino. Good morning, everybody. Marlon, thanks so much for the presentation. I think you're probably aware that the commissioners have gotten a lot of questions from people around the state about CSIS, and people are really excited to see it come out. And I was glad to hear that there will be more information shared at the upcoming joint CARB, HCD, and CTC meeting. So a couple of, let's see, I have a question and a comment. So I'll start with my comment and end with the question. In terms of economic development, really glad to hear that rising to the top as a priority for further integration. I wanted to just really emphasize what a great opportunity this is to embed high road economic principles in the tools. So, you know, one of the things that we heard yesterday from advocates in the area local to the proposed interchange expansions on Highway 99 in Fresno was wanting to hear about not just jobs being created, but local jobs. And so it'll be great to see if there's a way to incorporate the state of the art that we have in terms of workforce development, you know, industry leadership, labor leadership. How do we embed ways of knowing if the jobs that we're talking about are going to go to local communities or not? I think there's also an opportunity in the economic development piece to look at anti-displacement measures, considering just the housing pressure that we are feeling across the state. How can we be looking at the possible impacts on housing and anti-displacement with the economic development that can occur with projects? And I want to thank EAC Chair William Walker for raising that point. And then a question I have that I've heard from folks is, are the final scores from CSIS at this point in time, is it planned that those would be made public so that people can see, you know, how a project scores?
Yeah, the short answer is, yeah, we are very much open to having a log with the scores, but we want to make sure that we're doing it in a way where we're not disrupting the CTC's process in regards to, you know, TCEP and SCCP. And so we'll be working with the commission staff on how best to do that. But we very much want to, you know, release these in a transparent way, which has been the intent from the beginning.
Great. Thank you, Marlon.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Falcone.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I had a quick question, but I also wanted to support what Commissioner Lugo just said about economic opportunities, particularly for local communities, and, you know, really delving into you know, what that could look like. So I just wanted to uplift her comments there. Quick question. Thank you, Marlon, for the presentation and really encapsulating the, you know, all the feedback that's been received. Really enlightening stuff. I wanted to go back to something that William Walker said from the EAC, the chair of the EAC. Can you speak to the engagement and future engagement with the EAC as it relates to CSIS?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
as William had mentioned, we did provide an informational sort of update at their September meeting last year. And we certainly are, you know, committed to making sure that we're engaging the EAC. And that's something that I've talked to the team about. So we'll actually go back and sort of figure out, what can we do between now and the time we finalize, because we want to make sure that it's done in a meaningful way. And there's enough time. But what I can say definitely though is as we're moving into the updates after the document is finalized, we're certainly going to make sure that we build that into our strategy with regular touch-ins with the EAC, and we'll coordinate with our team on how best to do that. So yeah, it wasn't intentional, but we certainly want to make sure that we value that relationship.
Great. Thank you for addressing that, Marlon. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Norton.
Hi, I thank you for the opportunity to talk about this, and I uplift the same comments about the EAC and coordination with the EAC on these projects. I want to also highlight the economic development coordination and the metrics related to that, because we hear often that we don't have a talent issue in the state of California. What we have is a transportation and childcare issue. And so how can we make sure that as we're addressing the opportunity for affordable housing and missing middle housing and job access, that we can track some of this, especially as we're looking at all of these college graduates, all of the people who are working so hard on these projects and want to stay in California, but are experiencing a huge amount of displacement or just lack of affordable housing at nearly any income level.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'm glad we're having this conversation around the economic development topic, because I think the reality is there are a lot of different angles to it, and we want to make sure that we're being thoughtful in terms of, what is the outcome, that we're trying to seek out, and making sure that we have the right measurements and the data to be able to support that. And so what we want to try to do, at least in the short term, and I mentioned the program fit, something we are going to be looking into is, what's a short-term action that we can take so we can actually start evaluating a metric as part of our SCCP and TSIP nominations for this year. So we are going to be doing that. Part of the challenge is, we have a short time frame to kind of work on. So we're gonna try to do that in the short-term piece, but longer term, we will want to, I think, work with the commission, work with other stakeholders to really have a more meaningful conversation around this, and as needed, figure out, what's out there in terms of the tool, in terms of the data, and us being able to, come up with some strategic metrics that we can start incorporating to future cycles. So that's certainly something that we'll be working with the commission staff on, as well as other stakeholders. And so we'll definitely make that commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. Commissioner Tiffany.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. As I mentioned in my brief remarks yesterday, I believe I may be the first commissioner to be appointed from a rural county, San Diego County. And so I take very seriously a role of trying to represent rural counties and the differences they have. As was brought up by a couple of the speakers from the Rural County Task Force, I see no reason that projects in rural areas can't both address climate change, environmental issues, and yet also deal with the serious traffic issues and problems that rural counties have, just as other parts of the state have. But from what I understand in the past, with things like VMT and other metrics, as they are, where there's been this approach of one size fits all. Often, I'm told that it just from the get-go, it knocks rural projects out of the water so that they cannot be completed. And in my mind, that just simply does not make sense. So anyway, I just want to, and I know you addressed this in some of the concerns that were raised, the feedback you got, but I just want to double down and say that I hope going forward, Caltrans does seriously recognize this issue And metrics can be developed to recognize the diverse areas of our state, whether they be metro, suburban, or rural, because clearly one size does not fit all when it comes to looking at California. So with those comments, I'd like, maybe you can clarify a little bit as far as how these concerns are going to be addressed. And I'm hopeful that you will be coming back in the near future with some specifics, changes to the approach.
Sure. So I appreciate the question. And certainly, as we've been having all these conversations with our rural partners, you know, we've certainly been listening and we've made some adjustments, and we're going to continue to refine it. I would say that in regards to the pilot, you know, I think the data is going to tell a story that, you know, is going to be something that's, you know, that the rural partners are going to be interested in terms of, you know, you have these different mix of projects in urban areas, suburban, rural, and we do have a lot of confidence in that we're not going to see, you know, rural partners or rural projects, you know, being lowered in terms of score. So, but I think as the pilot plays out, we'll be able to have a more informed discussion in regards to that. I would also say that, you know, we want to make sure that as we're having these conversations, you know, we are going to be making adjustments along the way. And so, you know, I think in future updates, you know, we'll make sure that we keep the momentum that we have with the engagement and making sure that we're working with our partners every step in the way. And then the last thing that I'll mention is, and it came in my mind and it left, but yeah, but we're certainly, I know what I was going to say. The CSIS, it's one of many tools that we have in terms of, you know, evaluating which projects that we're going to be, you know, choosing to nominate. And I don't want people to feel like it's a robotic process, because I think there are a lot of different considerations that we have to take into account, you know, as we're, you know, making some of these decisions regarding project selection in terms of what we're going to be nominating. And we do value geographic equity, and we want to make sure that, you know, we have different lenses and different filters, but also making sure that we are, you know, committing ourselves to, you know, evaluating projects that are going to help us move to our climate goals. And so, you know, so I think that also will help address some of the concerns that you're referencing.
Well, thank you. And again, there's no reason why two things can't both be right at the same time. Address climate, environmental concerns, but also address the serious traffic concerns that some counties, rural counties have. So thank you. I look forward to seeing the changes as we go forward.
Yeah. Also, I think one other thought that I want to communicate, and we've been actually talking about this in our meetings with with all of our partners, is when you look at the 11 criteria that we have, you're not going to have one project that's going to score well in every single one of those areas, you know? So I think there are going to be some things that rural projects can bring to the table where they're going to score better maybe than some of the urban projects. And so, so again, it's going to be, you know, I think we'll be able to tell a better story once we release the scores, and we'll be able to kind of dig into the details, if you will, on, you know, what was actually happening with our scoring, and we'll make any adjustments that need to be made in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany. Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. Thank you, Marlon, for a great presentation and conversation around CSIS. I have one comment and two questions for you. First, to the comment, I just want to agree with prior statements around the involvement and engagement with EAC. Second, the first question is, what role does agglomeration economies play in your thinking about economic development?
I'm sorry.
Agglomeration economies, what role does that play in your thinking around economic development?
Cooperation economies?
Agglomeration economies.
Oh, got it. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't think I have a good response, but what I can do is I can circle back with the staff to get you a response on that one.
Yeah, and just for context, I'll say that agglomeration economies is very important for protecting our industry clusters, and given the fact that we're sitting in probably one of the most important ones in the whole planet right now in Silicon Valley, agglomeration economies, we can make transportation investments that encourage agglomeration economies, which strengthens those industry clusters. But there's also investments that could disaggregate those and make those clusters less competitive globally. So I think we should incorporate thinking around agglomeration economies into our discourse around economic development, so we can protect our major industry clusters, because they do contribute substantially to the state budget. Whenever this region catches a cold, the state, has a problem. And then finally, how would releasing CSIS scores impact CTC processes? You mentioned that earlier. I just want to get an understanding around that.
Yeah, so just in terms of timing, we want to make sure, let's just say, we're going to be ready around the June timeframe to make some decisions on which projects we're going to be nominating. And so, from then to the time where the commission actually collects all the applications, what we want to make sure that we're doing is, everyone is basically competing, in this space. And we want to make sure that when we're providing, data for other people's projects or agencies' projects, we're not doing it in a way where it, compromises the commission's ability to be able to make the evaluations. And so, we just want to be very respectful of the commission's process in terms of being able to make those assessments. And we feel like if we're getting a lot of that data out there, it is in a way, I don't want to say compromising, but we feel like we're kind of getting ahead of the commission's process. So that's the reason behind that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Crispy. And I seeing no other question. Yes, I do, Commissioner Cruz.
Just quickly, I want to dovetail on some of the questions and concerns raised by Commissioner Tiffany. I too support the collaboration with the EAC, obviously, and appreciate, Marlon, the work you've done to date on this very sort of complicated proposal, and getting all the different input that you've received to make this really highly focused on selecting really good projects with Caltrans. What I don't want to see, obviously, is our rural counties be disadvantaged, because safety is obviously an important component when we select these projects. I understand that safety isn't restricted to urban or rural, but the fact is that, and it was evident yesterday, that these projects will address safety issues on the front end. And as long as they can compete in a level playing field through this process, it would be important as we move forward. So thank you again for your efforts.
And immediate past Chair Eager.
Yes, thank you. And so I just wanted to add on to Vice Chair's comments about, as we look at economic development, and thank you for adding that in here, economic prosperity for all of California is certainly a goal for all of us. But really looking at those industry clusters and how do we ensure that transportation supports those clusters, where you bring in a company and all the ancillary businesses around there can be able to get there, and the people in the community can access those things. That's a huge picture, right, in California. And in certain areas of California, it works beautifully, right? We've seen how that does, but ensuring that all of Californians have that access, we're going to leave that as a goal for you, and we'll certainly support you in that, because we want to ensure that all of California, including our rural areas, and the Central Valley is one of those, has that opportunity to be able to advance the economy, and we don't hinder that with our rules. Thank you.
And Chair Eager, thank you too, because the perspective that you provided this commission from a rural county for all these years has been so significant. Appreciate you weighing in, and for all of you weighing in as well. This was an information item. Marlon, thank you. We always learn so much from your updates and appreciate the interaction that we have. Hey, I have good news to everyone in the room and online. That completes item 26 out of 163 items. And at only 10:24 a.m. on Friday, we're now where we hope to be at the close of business yesterday. Woo! So know that we're going to be ordering dinner and breakfast together tomorrow, but I think we're going to pick up the pace. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Okay, we're now on to day 2. Item 27, John Prey.
Yes, we will pick up the pace. This is the information calendar. It's tabs 27 through 44. All these items have been reviewed and found to have no issues raised by commission staff, and therefore individual items will not be presented unless specifically requested by a commissioner. Please make note of the change list for tab 41. And if there are no questions, that will conclude the presentation of the information calendar.
Great. 27 through 44 commissioners. Is there anything that any commissioner would like to raise virtually or in the room? Awesome. Great. We're moving forward. John, it was the strength of your delivery that brought us home on that. We're going to. Okay, great. Thank you, Doug. We're going on to item 45 for our consent calendar. John Prey.
Yes. The consent calendar is 45 through 74. However, tab 72 is going to be pulled off the consent calendar and considered separately. So for the consent calendar, we'll be considering tabs 45 through 71 and 73 and 74. Please make note of the change list for tabs 45 and 53. Staff has reviewed all of these items and recommends approval of tabs 45 through 71 and 73 and 74.
And before we hear from our commissioners on approving the consent item, we have one request speaker in the room on 45. We don't see any requests for others. So with the approval of our executive director, may we make a motion for 46 through 71 and 73 through 74? Or just take this item? Yeah, let's do that. First, do we have any online comments? No. In the room, William Walker. William, welcome. You have up to 2 minutes, but not until you catch your breath and start speaking.
Appreciate you. Thank you. And I'll be quick. This is an item on changes to the Ashby Avenue, among many other, there are, I believe, 5 items, but I'm speaking specifically to Ashby Avenue, which borders, it's on the border of Berkeley and Emeryville. And what it is it's a remnant of what would have been a freeway project that would have put a freeway through South Berkeley. And if we remember South Berkeley and North Oakland, this was the home of Black revolutionaries and the civil rights movement. And so it's very interesting. And also in that area, there's what used to be the Ohlone Shell Mound. So there's just lots of issues around this item. They're going to be removing that interchange. So there'll just be a T intersection between the avenue and the interstate. And just as we reclaim that land from being a freeway and reincorporate it back into the community, just to make sure that there's an equitable process to remember the communities that that project targeted and to make sure that they're at the table. And the Ohlone are a tribe that's not federally recognized, but we can still make that amends and reach out. Thank you.
William, thank you. And I'm not sure everyone knows, California has 110 federally recognized tribal nations, and they are key partners in all of our work. And Bridget Diller is our liaison on the commission team. So thank you, Bridget. Are there any other comments? Great. Then we do have the staff recommendation to move. We have a motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz, a second by past Chair Eager. Any comments? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? That passes. Thank you. So we're going to item 72, correct?
Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 72 is a request to approve two basin agreements, one for the Harbor Drive 2.0 port access improvements in San Diego County, and one for the Tulare 6th Lane and Page Avenue Interchange Improvement Project in Tulare County. These basin agreements have been reviewed and are in alignment with SB1 accountability and transparency guidelines and TSEP guidelines. Therefore, staff recommends your approval of tab 72.
We have speakers on this item and some speakers who have requested translation services, which we are happy to accommodate. And again, Kenneth, thank you for that quick staff report. Why don't we start with our in the room speakers and then we'll go to our online speakers. I'm going to ask people to line up, please, for time efficiency. So in order, that will be Ted Smalley. Please come on down. Mark Mondell, followed by Kiana Valentine.
Kiana's online today.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. I had the speaker card and I misunderstood. So we'll start with Kiana on the online portion then. If there,
I'll start with her.
no, we'll do the in the room, but since she's already teed up virtually, we'll take her third. Ted Smalley, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Ted Smalley, Tulare County Association of Governments. Thank you so much for having this item. And I know there's some related items. I want to tell you this is an absolutely critical project for the city of Tulare in the region. Quickly, this project, first of all, the 99 portion, if you will, it's going to the median. It's not bringing traffic closer to the residential areas. But I also want to mainly talk about the interchange project. This interchange project, a lot of changes were done as a result of public comment. Extensive public outreach was done. And currently, as it sits now, some of you may have remembered this when you came to the 99 Summit or came to our workshop. You can't even walk over this interchange because there's no sidewalk. And so right now it's an overcrossing. Thanks to the great work of our district team, this project, the interchange will be completely redone. Instead of going up and over the freeway, it'll be flat. And the freeway will be reconfigured to get over. This project includes 1.7 miles of a 10-foot wide shared use pedestrian bike facility. So this interchange was completely redone to make sure that we have safe multimodal access. And this is what we heard throughout. There's been significant outreach on this project, multiple additional outreach events. And so we strongly encourage approval of this and the related items, as this is such a critical project for everybody.
Ted, thank you. Next, Mark Mondell with the City of Tulare.
Good morning. My name is Mark Mondell. I'm the city manager of the city of Tulare. It's great to be here. I want to thank you for all of your hard work and the work of your staff and Caltrans. They've done a great job with this project and all the others, especially with regards to outreach. You may hear, and I think you're aware, that the Matheny track is just outside of the city limits of the city of Tulare. You may hear today residents and or members of the Leadership Council raising concerns about this project. I want to remind you that not only is the Matheny track outside of the city limits, it's approximately a mile or more away from the interchange of Page and Highway 99. This is a critical project for us. I think it's a critical project for the state. I think that having a continuous cross section of 6 lanes on Highway 99 is something that has been planned for many decades. And so certainly want to ask you to continue to move forward with those plans. Some of the concerns that you may hear are things that frankly can't be addressed by this project. I have met personally with the residents of the Matheny track on several occasions. The solution to many of their concerns is frankly annexation. And the city fully supports annexation. They have raised questions and concerns about wanting to have their streets paved, to have street lights, to have park space. to have homes renovated. All of those things could be addressed if they were to elect to annex into the city, and we're happy to facilitate that process with them, with this project or outside of this project. We think it's the right thing to do, but we don't think raising opposition to this project that's before you to try to address any of those concerns is the right thing to do. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Mondell. We appreciate you driving all the way here or traveling all the way here. I don't see anyone else in the room, so we are going to go online. And since I thought she was in the room from the speaker card, but she is online, we will start with Kiana Valentine. Kiana, welcome. When you start speaking, the clock will start.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California in support of the Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue Interchange Improvement Project. I want to build off my testimony from yesterday where Transportation California and the statewide transportation construction industry expressed support for investment in all modes of transportation, including strategic highway capacity. State Route 99 serves as a critical north-south corridor for goods movement throughout California. The importance of this facility cannot be overstated, not only because of the freight movement, but this facility supports the largest agricultural region in the United States, as many of you know. This improvement project also supports transit and passenger travel time reliability, allows us to reach our state of good repair goals, and improves safety, not only for motorists, but as Mr. Smalley mentioned, pedestrians and those choosing to travel by bicycle. The project will allow for future lane management as well. As you know, there is a multimodal corridor study underway right now, and we, as a state, could not create a management of that system, including a truck-only lane, without a completed State Route 99 to 3 lanes throughout in both directions. Finally, I would just like to highlight the significant SB 743 VMT mitigations included in this project. This gets to my point about capacity projects actually supporting other modes. Those mitigations are going to increase regional transit van pull programs, frequency of existing transit routes, as well as continue to support the management of State Route 99. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kiana. Good steward of your time, right down to the zero. I believe we have one other online speaker, Justin.
Yes, and we did receive a few additional requests in the recent term. Up next, I'd like to call on, with their hand raised, Tulare Chamber.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Donette Silva Carter. I'm the CEO with the Tulare Chamber of Commerce. We represent 640 members and over 14,000 people employed by those members. We are speaking in favor of the State Route 99 widening project through Tulare and the Page Avenue access reconfiguration. This project will address significant safety issues, increase the efficiency and effectiveness, of course, of the movement of goods throughout the state, including the vital agricultural products. It will also reduce negative air quality and other environmental impacts and increase the multimodal travel, including supporting intercity rail, transit, and bicycle and pedestrian mobility. We have a significant amount of commuter and goods movement that happens up and down the 99, and these improvements are much needed. We also are aware that our state has very strict guidelines for dust control plans, as well as stormwater pollution prevention, noise prevention. So we feel like the mitigation that is put in place to align with the state of California requirements will help to mitigate the impacts that were potential during the construction period of time. So again, the Tulare Chamber of Commerce, representing 640 members and over 14,000 people, speaks in favor of this project moving forward, much needed for safety on State Route 99. Thank you.
Thank you for weighing in. Our next speaker, Justin.
Up next, we have Rudy Mendoza.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Rudy Mendoza. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of California Ag Labor Association. We represent over 100 member companies touching the lives of over 7,500 farm labor employees from Coachella Valley in the south to Sacramento County in the north. Our members do not use bike lanes, light rail, or public transportation on the way to harvest our food products. They rely heavily on Highway 99 to get to and from remote rural locations. Furthermore, our members certainly will not be able to afford a $90,000 to $100,000 test. I want to tell you a little bit about our Tulare ag economy. Here in Tulare County, our agricultural economy is $8.1 billion, and a portion of the $40.7 billion ag economy in the 8 San Joaquin Valley counties, all of which are adjacent to Highway 99. By the way, the 8 Central Valley counties represent 79% of California's total ag economy. I further want to highlight that up and down Highway 99 on an annual basis, we transport nearly 800 million metric tons of commodities, which ship up and down Highway 99 to the ports in the north and the south. 25% of the nation's food supply comes out of the San Joaquin Valley, and that is an issue of national significance, especially when we talk about feeding countless countries across the globe with commodities coming out of the San Joaquin Valley. We also would like to highlight that we are home to the nation's largest dairy producing region in the country, Tulare County, not Wisconsin. If we're going to speak honestly about addressing equality, let's not forget about my constituents, the over 7,500 direct members of our organization that work every day to produce our food and fiber in the Valley and that rely heavily on Highway 99.
Sir, your time is
We are
expired.
strongly in support of widening Highway 99.
Mr. Mendoza, your time is up. We deeply appreciate your perspective and for calling in. Our next speaker, please.
Up next, we have Kate Albiani.
Hello, my name is Kate, and I am I'm a representative from Assemblyman Vince Fong's office. We are in support of the Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue interchange project. We support the proposed investments to the project as they will help close the existing gaps and create a seamless corridor to 3 lanes throughout this region. This and other projects will address significant safety issues, increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the movement of goods through our state, including vital agricultural products, improved air quality, and increased multimodal travel, including supporting intercity rail, transit, and bicycle and pedestrian mobility. State Route 99 is the transportation backbone of Tulare County and the entire Central Valley, and it is a goods movement artery for the state. As a representative from Assemblyman Fong's office who represents Tulare County, we cannot stress enough how important this project will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next speaker, Justin.
That last comment concluded all requests received for this item.
Great. Thank you. We are done with both in the room and online comments. We're going to go to our commission. Please, Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair. I think I have a question for project sponsor. Who would that be? Sorry.
Ted, can you come to the mic, please?
While he's walking
Or
up,
Diane, do you want to join Ted at the dais? Great, thank you.
well, while you're coming up, I'll make a comment about some of the stuff we heard earlier, kind of in line with what our chair has been talking about. Watching our partisanship and angst. People know that not every EV costs $100,000, right? I mean, that's a far right trope. And then the other, of course, is I haven't heard most sensible transit people say, we want you to take a bus when you go to pick grapes. So I'll just make that comment. So anyway, I heard this project is multimodal, this particular Page project. Kind of similar to the question I asked yesterday, do we know what class of bike lanes are on part of this project? Thank you.
There are 10-foot wide shared pedestrian bicycle facilities. So it'd be like
What class is that? Is that class 3 or? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Grisby. And again, it's just stressing too. We'll go with data, not dogma, and we'll be fact-based in everything we say to the best we can. And so good for all of us, for all of us. Immediate past Chair Eager, and I'm going to be checking, when you see me look down to check my phone in the audience, just to be transparent, that's to see if the 4 commissioner colleagues participating remotely are contacting me that they want to speak up. So when I look down, don't think I'm not paying attention.
Thank you.
Past Chair Eager.
Yes. Thank you so much. I know we're going to talk about this again I think it's 84, but if I could ask this question quickly. So I think if I remember, when I'm coming from Fresno and going to the Tulare Ag Show or the International, whatever it's called now, it used to be the Tulare Ag Show when I was growing up. I would get off at this intersection and curve around and go through the fields and then finally get there. Do you know how many people attend that show and how many cars have done that same horrible thing that I have had to do up until now?
It's well over 100,000 people. I don't want to guess. I don't know the exact, it is a remarkable event. People from countries all over the world come to, if you haven't been there, I invite you guys. It is absolutely amazing to see. We sometimes don't appreciate all the science that's in ag.
Yeah.
And it is an incredible show, but it's well in excess of 100,000 people. Hotels are filled up from Bakersfield to Fresno, to give you a perspective. So this is a much needed improvement for that. But I would note that's not the only thing at that event center. It's now becoming a huge equestrian site.
Sorry, one clarification. What was
Please.
the name of that event again?
International Ag, it's the International Ag Center show, International Agri Center show. It's always in February. It's always usually the second week of February.
And it's
Thank you.
the World Ag Show
World, yeah,
now.
World Ag
Yes.
Expo. It's-
It used to be called the Tulare Ag Show
We-
forever, and now it's the World Ag Show because people do come from all over the world to show their new products, to look at equipment. And, even though you said it's 100,000, I think it's probably
Yeah.
closer to 500,000, I bet, per day that
Wow.
attend that event. And, as an economic developer, certainly that is a place where we go to talk to people from around the world saying, you're coming here for this 1 week, you need to come here permanently because we need you in our communities going forward. So it's a really important couple of weeks in the Central Valley, and this particular interchange. I think I told him last time that we went there is that, you get lost every time you get off on Page and try to figure out how to get to the Ag Show from there. So this will certainly be important in that aspect.
Great. Thanks for highlighting that.
Yes.
Thank you both. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. I'm hoping that Diana or you, Ted, could comment on life safety within the project area. I've seen some stats, but maybe you could confirm them over a 10-year period, collisions and injury, or hopefully not so many fatalities. But can you refresh us on what the data is on that?
On the accident data?
Accident
within
data
that,
and whether it was injury or not.
I'm not sure I have the actual accident data within that one corridor, but we most definitely can get that. But just this week alone, on Monday, we had 2 accidents on 99 in these where we have the 4-lane sections. On Tuesday, we had another accident on another 4-lane section of 99. Later that day, on Tuesday, we had a maintenance crew out on 99, and a big rig went through our maintenance closure, injuring 2 of our maintenance workers. So we are having these accidents in these 4-lane sections of 99 where you have 3 and then it goes to 4. And so I can get you the actual accident data, but we are seeing quite a bit of accidents along 99 where we have these 4-lane sections.
I appreciate that. And again, can only be as accurate as we can get the information. Our research from my day job was showing nearly 1,000 over a 10-year period from
2010 to 2020. And just under 300, there were injury or fatality. But if we could get some more up-to-date information, that would be great. Brother Chair, I apologize. I forget the city manager's name.
Mark Mondell, if I remember correctly.
Mark, and maybe I could hold this till the item coming up later, but I would like to, well, maybe we could address it now just for efficiency. Yes. Mark, well, I wanted to compliment you on your comments around, there's a lot of concerns from community members and folks coming from underserved populations, from sidewalks to lighting, street lighting, safety, mobility, connectivity. I would like to compliment you on bringing that up and strongly encourage you on that, to pursue that, you know, and I would say it's appropriate to feel free to share with this body any movement along those lines. I mean, wherever we can have local integration and action that fits with the state plan and what falls under the purview of the CTC is welcome. But I would really, you know, I take you at face value, you know, you bring that up, but I would say that, you know, to put that into action would be very important. And speaking on behalf of this commissioner with a lot of teams down in that area, if we can help out with that, bringing groups together, you let me know. Thank you, Brother Chair.
Commissioner Bradshaw, thank you. And again, the strength of this commission, the diversity of the geographies that we call home while looking for the best of the state, cultural, ethnic, age, it just gender, it just makes for such a rich commission and discussion. Mark, it looks like, unless you wanted to comment, you got off with a softball on that one. Did you want to comment?
Part one.
Sure, I'd be happy to. You know, I've been the city manager for 2.5 years in the city of Tulare, and really since I walked in the door, this is something that I've been eyeing in terms of trying to work towards correcting some of the ills of the past and moving our community forward and embracing those that are part of our community, but maybe just outside of the borders of our community, especially if they have an interest in annexing. I think that's part of the challenge is there's a lot to annexation and trying to help folks understand what's necessary, what are the steps, that it's a voluntary process, there's pros and cons to it. From my perspective, there's more pros for them than cons. Frankly, to be very frank, from the city's perspective, there's more cons than pros in the sense that it will cost the city money to annex them. The things that they need to have happen in that community are very expensive, and the revenue that we will collect from that community itself will not pay for not even close to half of those things. So really what it will take is us sitting down with them in partnership and working through the issues that are not only in the community, but the issues that are around the community. And we will have to work through that. We're gonna offer, and we've suggested this already, we will hire a consultant. We will invite all of the residents. We'll invite the leadership council, everyone to the table to figure out how to master plan the community and the areas around them. We will have to embrace some degree of development because it is the development that will pay. The revenue from that development will pay for all the improvements that they're looking for. We will talk about things like buffering. We'll talk about all the issues and the concerns that they have, but it'll have to be a very honest, at the table discussion about how do we manage all of those issues and what things will work and what things will not work to be able to address all of the concerns that are there. And that's the only way it happens is by sitting there together with experts to plan those kinds of things out, and things that we can agree on, we'll move forward. Things that we don't, we won't, right? But that's what it's going to take. And we've offered that. I've met with them, I think 4 times now, but I have to tell you that it's been a little challenging. I think there's just a lot of maybe some cultural, some language barrier issues. I think also, frankly, this project everyone's been focused on this project and not focusing on, I think, really the things that mostly interest them. We're trying to move in that direction. I think we'll get there. We've been working on our end and building some partnerships that will help build trust as we move into these further discussions.
And Commissioner Bradshaw has a follow-up, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Lugo as well.
It started as a softball. So, you know, Mark, I appreciate all that. A couple things as you were walking through that, that I would just, I'm not here to be your tutor. I don't mean it disrespectfully, but you may want to consider an engagement. I'll put it on my organizer hat for a minute, if that's okay, at the pleasure or tolerance of my fellow commissioners. You know, we start saying when we're meeting with them and what they want and what the city wants and talking to the community, I would say, please strongly entertain the idea that the community is the city. Also, that when you look at historic harms, and I'm not saying I know all the ins and outs, that, and when things get focused, whether it be on this project or other things, it is often rooted, and I would say it's always rooted, but that's too declarative. It is often rooted in a frustration and what you see on the quality of life, economic opportunity, right? What is functioning as a priority? Is it the school? Is it the sidewalks? Is it the safety that's happening? Can my kids go out and play? You know, what's the air quality? That's for all of us, I would say it's good stuff. It's maybe a little bit of a different angle from Chair Gardino, but that's, you know, an exercise in humility is a very powerful thing for those who are in leadership positions. I was down a rabbit trail this morning on negotiations, which led me to places like, you know, folks can be given power through authoritative positions, but true power comes when it is earned, you know, and the most important element of that in negotiations and other areas is listening and active listening. The other things I would share, again, probably through a labor lens here, is that nothing builds momentum like momentum. That's forward progress towards solution and compromises when appropriate. And I think holding the line for any stakeholder when appropriate as well, until it can be worked out, but to not let those things that can't be worked out get in the way of tangible results. I think everyone understands that it's always about, there has to be money to do it. But I would say the familiarity I have in the Valley with a lot of stakeholders that I represent down there, and again, happily and not always in 100% agreement, hearing from a lot of the folks in the community, right, which is the city, which is the county, which is the state, you know, hearing that frustration, that I just wanted to share some of those thoughts with you and ideas. And that, like I said, where you started, I really liked, but you may want to think about terminology, description, and most importantly, though, it's what we do with the words. It's what we do. So I would also advise our equity committees can help, and to have benchmarks, timelines. Again, I warned you I was going to put on my organizing hat, right? Timelines. And if you don't meet that benchmark, that timeline, that next step, then to regroup and talk about what was the challenge? Why couldn't we get there? Was it straight money? Was it miscommunication? But to lay out priorities. And you may find that a comprehensive view and negotiation with follow-up and some success and a feeling of respect both ways, that this project could even enhance all that. Thanks for letting me speechify, Brother Chairman.
Thank you. And I just want to thank Commissioner Bradshaw. I always learn from your perspective. A mentor of mine when I was early in my career used to use an expression, use soft words for hard arguments. And it's, again, a way to help people to lean in rather than to feel on their heels. So thank you all. We appreciate it. I believe that Commissioner Lugo would like to comment, and then we will be looking for a motion.
All right, thanks, Chair Guardino. And what a pleasure when Brother Bradshaw puts his organizer hat on. We all appreciate that. So thank you for those remarks. And I really just wanted to echo similar sentiments. I really want to encourage local folks from community-based organizations to keep coming here to talk to us, because we understand that you know, the power inequities that have characterized so much of our state are not something that are going to disappear overnight. And, you know, it's our role as a state commission to be balancing, right, what we hear in terms of there's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Also, we have, you know, a responsibility to follow the law. And in transportation, the law has said for some time that communities need to be given meaningful opportunities to provide input on projects that are going to impact them. And it's our role to make sure that we're upholding that. So I really want to encourage folks to keep coming and talking to the commission. And I think another thing that I've witnessed fellow commissioners balancing in my time being part of this body is that we absolutely have a role to play in supporting the economic activities of our state. We're a state in transition, so balancing how we continue to support the economic activities that have been the foundation for our current systems while also transitioning. There is an inevitable transition that we're undergoing, and we have choices to make about how to make that a more just transition or a transition that is going to entrench the same kinds of inequities that have held us back. And I really see the balancing act that fellow commissioners go through here. And I just want to highlight that you know, we're always looking for how do you do both? How do you ensure that we're supporting existing interests and also thinking toward that future landscape that is going to be configured differently? So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. At this point, I would be looking for a motion.
First, I just wanted to say, and then I will make the motion. Thank you so much, Commissioner Lugo. You know, that's so important to look at both sides of that. And certainly in this particular area where agriculture is so important, we don't want to lose that as we move forward in this state. You know, sometimes in economic development and as we look across the state, what are all those, you know, jobs that we want to bring to the table? What are all those new innovative ideas that we want to bring to the table? We can't forget who we are. And certainly in the Central Valley, who we are as an agricultural community. And so these things, balancing these things are so important. And to the city manager, you know, making sure that that community engagement is really engagement. You know, sometimes I think in previous years, I sat and heard, not you, don't worry, not you, but cities talking at people saying, here's what's going to happen to you. And that engagement is so important, including everyone so that they have a voice. So thank you so much for bringing that up. I appreciate that. And with that, I will make the motion.
We have a motion by immediate past Chair Eager. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair Grisby. Thank you. Again, we don't have to do roll call votes if we don't choose. Good, thank you. Saving a lot of time just with that, if I would stop talking. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Great.
Aye.
Thank you. Online. And any opposed? And any abstentions? That is unanimous. And thank you again, Kenneth Lopez on our team for your work. For your work on this item. We are going to move on to item 75. Item 75, Casey. Casey Ruggiero, thank you.
Good morning, thank you. Tab 75 is an information item. Jennifer Bergener with the Orange County Transportation Authority is here to provide an update on their two recent emergency rail allocations and to provide an update on the San Clemente rail line. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, commissioners. As was just said, my name is Jennifer Bergner. I am the Deputy Chief Executive Officer for the Orange County Transportation Authority. I appreciate time on your very full agenda to first and foremost say thank you. Thank you to commission staff for the swift action. Thank you to the commission for swift action and your thoughtful consideration of supporting us in our efforts to restore passenger rail services along the rail line. You can see from the picture there in front of you, we did find ourselves in a bit of a precarious situation in late January of this year when a private hillside slid onto the railroad tracks, forcing the complete cessation of all rail services, both passenger and freight, which led us to come to you and to the state for an emergency declaration and for funding support to remedy the situation. Next slide, please. I know that our CEO, Daryl Johnson, was here before you in June of last year and then again in August talking about similar issues. And in the interest of brevity and your full agenda, I won't go into great detail, but I would like to touch just a little bit on the corridor and its importance as a transportation system here within the state. So it is 351 miles spanning from San Luis Obispo to San Diego County, so spanning through 6 different counties. It remains the second busiest passenger rail corridor in the nation. It is home to 3 different passenger rail service operators and 2 different freight operators, pre-pandemic levels carrying over 8 million passengers per year and over 1 billion in goods up and down the corridor. And arguably through some of the most beautiful coastal frontage here in the state. It is a very complex corridor on top of all of that. So yes, a great transportation system. Ridership's grown over 300%. Yes, 300% since the 90s when I first became involved with this corridor. But it is complex with those 7 different owners, and it is designated as a strategic rail corridor on the strategic rail corridor network by the Department of Defense. And that is because this corridor feeds into and out of Camp Pendleton in San Diego County. Next slide, please. So maybe putting a little bit of a finer point on OCTA's specific role within the corridor. We own 40 of those 351 miles, including 7 critical miles along the coastline there. You can see from the pictures on the slide, we are sort of sandwiched between the bluffs and the ocean for a good stretch of that. And the entire 7 miles that I'm talking about within the 40 miles that we own is 200 or less feet from the ocean front. The tracks have been in place and in service since 1888 and have enjoyed really a stable history through that entire time, with the exception of the last 2 knocking on 3 years. This is a valuable corridor to not just OCTA and the 7 owners along the corridor, but to the state as well. I'll talk a little bit about that interest in just a few moments. We also serve in our capacity at OCTA as the managing agency for the Low Sand Rail Corridor Agency. Very quickly, that's a joint powers authority that was delegated responsibility through SB 1225, sponsored by then State Senator Padilla, to transfer administrative responsibility for the state-funded intercity service to the local entities. And we've been serving in that role since 2012. We are also a partner in the Metrolink Joint Powers Authority. So that's 5 member agencies that provide both regional and commuter rail in the Southern California region along this corridor as well. Next slide, please. So we are absolutely an invested and vested partner in this rail corridor. And since purchasing the rail line from the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railway in 1993, we've invested over $2.1 billion in this rail corridor in these 40 miles. That's been both in capital improvements, so better efficiency, better safety, regular maintenance and rehab, as well as operations. As I mentioned before, the state does have a very vested interest in this. Obviously, the state pays for or supports the intercity passenger rail service that runs along the corridor and has helped make investments up and down these full 351 miles. The question I think that is a logical one and one that is begged is, it's on the coastline, it's continuing to have problems. Why don't you move it? Have you looked at moving it? And the answer to that is yes. The state began an effort to look at that back in 2002, working at the state level and with our Federal Railroad Administration. And after an exhaustive effort through that process, it was ultimately determined it was just too impactful to the communities and from a cost perspective to move it. And the better course of action was to protect in place that rail line. And that's where it remains. Part of that decision also included recommendations for improvement that helped guide some of that $2.1 billion investment I just spoke about a little while ago. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, as I mentioned, over the last 2 years, and as you have heard from us previously, our focus on funding has shifted a little bit away from capital improvements to preservation and restoration of the rail line. Beginning in September of 2022, we did have our first critical issue in an area that we refer to as Cypress Shores. There's a milepost marker up there for those of you who appreciate that type of detail. And in this particular situation, following Hurricane K, sea level rise and beach erosion, the infrastructure supporting the rail track bed and the rock there along started to give way due to the eroding beach. That, coupled with the fact that there was a historic landslide and on the private property on the inward side of the tracks was pushing down onto the rail line, pushed it 24 inches nearly out of alignment, forcing swift action at that time. Rail service remained out of commission for 7 months, over 7 months during that period of time. We were able to successfully, with great partnership from the state, local communities, and the regulatory agencies, restore rail service, only to be followed very quickly thereafter in April of the following year by another issue just a little further south of that, in an area owned by the city called Casa Romantica, for those of you who are familiar with the area. And in this instance, again, the private hillside slid, fell down onto and encroached on the railroad tracks, necessitating again a closure, and are seeking additional financial support as well as regulatory relief and other things from the commission and the state. That closed a rail line. That closed the rail line for over 5 months in that instance to traffic in any meaningful way. Fast forward to September that I just spoke about, and I'm sorry, January 23rd of 2024, we've had our most recent incident, and this is where again a private hillside has fallen down onto the railroad or pushing into the railroad tracks. I'll move on to the specifics of that project here in just a minute. But what I want to highlight about all three of these incidents is that we're looking at nearly 40 million of investment just for quick repair, and that could not have been made possible without the actions of the commission, the state, and our other funding agencies. The other sort of benefit that came of this is a process was established that allowed for swift action in this space. So those first two closures, as I mentioned, we were closed for 7 months and 5 months. The current closure, we will be closed for less than 2 months. And that is remarkable considering that this is a new process and the work that had to be done. So I cannot thank the commission enough for the quick action. Next slide. I'll run quickly through the two allocations and the work that was associated with each, recognizing the severe impact, and you can see it very clearly depicted there on the slide. The hillside came down, pushed that existing pedestrian active transportation bridge span off of its footings, compromising the track and pushing debris onto the track below. So the first step was to remove those two bridge spans and then start removing the debris that was encroaching onto the rail line. Now, this, of course, was not an easy feat, given that the hillside was saturated and rain continued to fall, and that large debris field that you see could not be removed quickly or rapidly for fear and concern that it would trigger more sliding. So we did utilize the $2 million in cleanup allocated by you all on the 7th for that effort. And during that process, we continued to monitor. You noticed on the very first picture in the opening of the slide, the visqueen that was laid down over this entire slide area. So really, for crude terms, a giant trash bag that's laid over the hillside to stop water from further saturating the hill and causing it to slide. Next slide, please. The second allocation of the 7.2 provided again by you allowed us to continue that cleanup work and design and construct what we refer to as a catchment wall. The purpose of the catchment wall is exactly like it sounds. It's intended to catch debris as it continues to fall, which we know that it will. It's 33 piles driven 30 feet into the ground, spanning nearly 200 feet, and then 10 to 15 feet in height above ground. And we were able to complete that work on March 10th. So again, I really want to emphasize those quick timelines and the need for expediency and the appreciation for your quick action. Since that time, we've continued some of the grading work to improve drainage and other things to ensure that we don't have another ponding or pooling of water. And more than anything, I am happy to report to you today that we plan to restore full passenger and freight rail operations on Monday. So just right around the corner, we will have all of our services running again, opening up that vital transportation link. Next slide, please. So now that we are nearly out of that emergency situation, the question again may be begged, what are you going to do now to avoid this moving forward? So in early 2023, the Orange County Transportation Authority Board of Directors adopted a plan. It's a phased approach to address this critical infrastructure and transportation need. And it starts really with an initial assessment or a study of where are we at greatest risk right now for failure and what can we do about that in the immediate. And then it looks at a parallel path. So sorry, let me be clear. In the immediate, I'm talking immediate actions, but that would last somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30 years. We all know that big projects are difficult. They take time. Unfortunately, sometimes a little more time than we would like. But our long-term effort is to engage the state. In fact, we have asked the state to take the lead on helping work with us and all of the other stakeholders involved to determine the right next step for the long term. So beyond that 30-year horizon. And that will include things, as you have heard previously, like an option to move the rail line, if that is what's in the best interest of the transportation need at this point in time. What I will say, I'll hearken it to, we've all lived in homes, and we bought a house, and that house maybe wasn't in the greatest of repair, and our roof is leaking, so we need to patch the roof so we can continue to live there. Then we're going to replace the roof so we can stay there for 20 to 30 years while we figure out, is that the right place for us to live and the right place for our house to be? In very simple terms. So we continue to work on that. And the one thing I've kind of heard in some of the items presented today that I need to put a finer point on for us as well, none of this can be done without stakeholder and engagement. It takes the community, it will take the commission, the state, our federal partners, all of the regulatory bodies to weigh in and participate in identifying what that long-term solution should be and what it will look like. So with that, in the interest of time, I would like to say again, thank you sincerely for your help, your swift action, and we do, of course, look forward to hosting you for your next meeting. With that, I'll conclude, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Jennifer, thank you. And to our executive director for that swift action on what our policy allows for her to take action and allocate funds in the way that we did. It was so important. Do we have any comments online?
Yes, we do. We have one virtual attendee with their hand raised at this time. I'd like to call on Martha Armis Kelly.
Well, I just want to say thank you very much for that presentation. I know that with climate change and the impacts that it's going to be something that we're going to have to weigh in on in the future for many of our projects that we have on along these corridors. What I'm really curious is what type of hardening, I know you mentioned that you had put some type of infrastructure, but what other, like, have you thought of maybe where they actually put rocks, you know, that whole rock wall, or the hardening process as far as reinforcement, or just along, I know you mentioned where the fall off could occur, but I'm talking about where the ocean lies. Are you taking any considerations or infrastructure support for those areas?
Yes, it's a great question. As I mentioned, we have an initial assessment that has been completed. It is available online for you to go and view. In our initial assessment, we identified 7 areas that need absolute immediate monitoring and 4 that need immediate action. One of those happened to be Mariposa Point. From the time we started the study to the time we published the study, Mariposa Point did give way. That initial assessment was conducted by a host of consultant experts, geotech experts, ocean experts, engineers to look at options. And it does include things like additional barrier walls, additional riprap, or the rock, I think is what you're referring to, different seawalls. But again, making sure that we are engaging all of the stakeholders, because it's not a one size solution for every location. And that, again, that initial assessment with those concepts that have been made recommendations and merit and need further study and review is available on OCTA's website.
Jennifer, thank you. Do we have any other speakers online?
I see no other request to speak on this item at this time.
Great. Thank you, Justin. We have 2 speakers in the room. If they could please both come up together, William Walker and then Harry Neal.
William Walker, and we're definitely excited to be coming to Orange County in May. So looking forward to it for the EAC and CTC executive meeting. I ride this train. I live in San Francisco. I go to school in Irvine. I've gone to school previously in San Luis Obispo. It's such an important link, and I was really appreciative to hear of the different agencies on the Low Sound Corridor asking to come together as an alliance and come to the state to look at how to move forward with resources. I just hope that the commission and Caltrans with the rail plan can really do an assessment of the multiple rail operators, both in Southern California and here in the Bay Area, because I think that if the synergies are right, the service could be really great. It could, you know, I know they're talking about pulsing service and on Metrolink, and I know that Caltrain passed was able to get a revenue measure passed, so they're running every half hour, which is insane. We've never had service like that before in the Bay Area, and so it's great to see it. But I hope that we can bring that vision together, because I feel like the state's so stuck, as in the population, like our residents, they're so stuck on the high-speed rail debacle. Whereas if we just put a few more dollars into this rail system, the Surf Line is one of the most beautiful train rides like in America, if not the world. So, but happy to see that I'll be able to take this train again on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Harry Neal.
Hello, my name is Harry Neal. I am a civil engineering student and transit advocate from here in San Jose. I'd like to make a comment on the item here. Given that realistically there is going to be long-term projects regarding this rail line, one of which, as mentioned, could potentially be moving the line. I've even heard of proposals to tunnel the line to prevent it from coastal erosion. It would be very prudent and very forward-looking of the CTC, the state, any involved bodies to make sure that any future upgrades take into account the possibility of improvements such as electrification. We've seen with lines all over the world and soon to be here with Caltrain that electrification for rail is by far the most efficient and highest service providing form of rail transportation, and making sure that the second busiest intercity corridor in the country has the proper infrastructure in place to allow for electrification in the future would be, like I said, very prudent and very forward looking. So please do take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak to this item? Seeing not, we're going to come to our commissioners, and I believe Commissioner Lugo has her hand up.
I do. Thank you, Chair Guardino. Thanks for the presentation. I am planning to take the train down to San Juan Capistrano this weekend for the Swallows Parade, which is probably not as big a draw as the World Ag Expo, I'm guessing, but for our region, it's a little bit of a big deal. And I just wanted to express appreciation for whatever role OCTA has played in making sure that there is train service to San Juan Capistrano, because I know for a while when the tracks first closed, service was suspended a little further north than that. So it's great that people who are going to San Juan for the parade can use the train, at least if we're coming from the north. And it's great to hear that on Monday, folks coming from the south are going to be reconnected as well. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. Comments from any other commissioners on this information item? Oh, thank you. Commissioner Falcone, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just quick, I wanted to connect to my my Orange County Commissioner, fellow Commissioner Lugo, and her comments. When I took this appointment by the Senate Pro Tem at the time, Tony Atkins, one of my charges was we need Losan, and we need a long-term fix, but also, fix the fix the current issues on the current line. But it's a whole system, and as the previous speaker, public commenter brought up, this is the second most busiest corridor, and so would be very interested in the progress as OCTA and all the agencies and community ponder the long-term fix to the growing situation with climate change and how it's impacted the bluffs on the Orange County line. So looking forward to hearing progress on those plans as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. Yes, Vice Chair Grisby.
A question for Jennifer. Thanks so much. And you may not have all the answers to this question, but I'm just sort of generally curious about efforts to welcome customers back to the corridor after all these disruptions and how to rebuild their faith, and what kind of just general strategies you might be looking at for that. Thanks.
I certainly cannot speak to all of those strategies, but some of the initial strategies are sort of the buy one, get one half off, welcome back, a free ride, recognizing that we need to encourage people to come back and also remind them very clearly that it is safe to do so. So a lot of public information outward facing, whether that's on our social media channels, Metrolink social media channels, Amtrak and Losan combined, about here's the work that was done, here is how it makes your rail line safe, and then here are some of those promotions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Seeing no other hands either online or on the dais from our commissioner colleagues. Again, this was an informational item. I want to just mention that State Senator Catherine Blakespear has also made this an incredibly high priority. And I'm sure that's true of all of our local, state, and federal leaders along that 351-mile stretch. We're going to move to item 76, Inspector General Report, with virtual from Casey Handren and Lindsay Harris. Casey?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 76 is an informational item. Joining us virtually today is Lindsay Harris, Deputy Inspector General, to provide a more detailed overview of the report. And with that, I will turn it over to Lindsay. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Lindsay Harris, Deputy Inspector General with the Independent Office of Audits and Investigations. Thank you for the honor today to present our annual report for the period of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. At the Chair's request, I will keep my presentation brief. Can we please go to the next slide? Our office has 4 key statutory requirements. The first is to conduct audits and reviews, which ensure state and federal transportation funds are spent efficiently, effectively, economically, and in compliance with applicable state and federal requirements. We also investigate allegations of employee misconduct. We review Caltrans outreach efforts to increase procurement opportunities for small and disadvantaged business enterprises. And we provide an annual summary of findings and recommendations to the governor, the legislature, and here today to the California Transportation Commission. Next slide. How we accomplish this is through performance audits, compliance audits, non-audit services, which are reviewing like cost proposals, and through our investigations. Next slide. This is a quick overview of our investigations for the period. We received 321 complaints and we closed 216. And on the right here, you can see a breakdown of the complaints received by Caltrans district. And for 22 of those, we did not know the district associated with the complaint. Next slide. This time around, we wanted to give you a little flavor of the types of investigations that we perform. So we have a few examples for you. The first one is where we assisted a federal investigation of fraud. The outcome of that, one of the outcomes, was 1.8 million in ordered restitution. In another example, we performed an administrative investigation of an employee's use of controlled substance while operating a state vehicle. This employee is no longer working with Caltrans. A third example is we looked at unfair hiring practices and nepotism. During our administrative investigation, we found there was insufficient evidence to support that a Caltrans manager violated policy. So we do, when we do our investigations, we do them fairly and we state the facts and evaluate the evidence as it exists. During this investigation, the other manager did retire during our investigation. Finally, the last one we wanted to share with you today was a personal use of a state credit card by a Caltrans employee. For this particular investigation, we shared and referred this allegation to an external law enforcement entity for possible criminal investigation. Next slide. During the period, we issued 17 audit reports and 72 new recommendations with a total potential financial impact of nearly 10 million. We performed 4 performance audits and 13 compliance audits. Next slide. For our non-audit services, which is review of these cost proposals and cost rates, we had a potential financial impact of nearly a little bit over 8 million. And those are avoided costs. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, this is a little recap of both. We had our question costs of nearly 10 million, and in total, we audited about 417 million. And so for avoided costs, we identified nearly about 8 million, and our total costs reviewed were 949 million. Next slide. We had 72 new recommendations. Generally, recommendations are noted as opened once the audit report is published, and then we close the recommendations when Caltrans provides complete corrective action and also provides supporting evidence of the actions taken. Next slide. Right here we have a graphic identifying the status of open recommendations by Caltrans responsible entity and the fiscal year in which that recommendation was published. We had a total of 174 open recommendations on June 30th of 2023. You may note that the majority of these recommendations were to the Division of Local Assistance. This is because the majority of our audits are related to these local projects and in this area. Next slide. All right, commissioners, thank you again for the honor of presenting our annual report. I will now take any questions.
Lindsay, thank you for joining us virtually. Do we have any online speakers?
We did not receive any requests from our online speakers to comment on this item.
And I do not see any cards from people physically present with us. So we'll go to our commissioners, both virtually as well as on the dais. Colleagues, questions to Lindsay? And not seeing anyone virtually participating or our commissioners. Lindsay, thank you very much for the update. Let's move forward then. We have a day 2 timed item with Kat Kim virtually and Dee Lamb for item 77. Kat, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 77 is an information item to obtain final public comment for the 2023 Program of Projects for the Federal Transit Administration, Section 5310, Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Program. The action to adopt the 2023 Program of Projects will be taken under Tab 78. The recommended Program of Projects is also included under Tab 78. I'll hand things back to the Chair to open the public hearing.
Great. And for this information item, would you like the public hearing opened on 77 or on 78?
On 77, please.
Wonderful. Good. That's what I thought I heard. Wanted to make sure I was meeting your needs. The public hearing is now open. Do we have speakers online?
Do not yet see any requests from our virtual attendees to comment on this item.
Great. And I don't see any cards turned in the room. Do we have any commissioner questions, or shall we move on to the action item of 78? I believe that we will move on to the action item of 78. So we're going to close the public hearing. With that, Kat, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Tab 78 is an action item to adopt the 2023 Program of Projects for the Federal Transit Administration, Section 5310, Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Program for the Small Urbanized and Rural Areas component. The details for the final 2023 Program of Projects are included in the book item. The draft Program of Projects was presented to the Commission at the January meeting, and since that time, the applicants were presented the opportunity to appeal. There were no eligible appeals, so the Program of Projects has not changed since it was presented in January. As mandated, we just concluded the public hearing for this item. Staff recommends approval of the 2023 Program of Projects for Small Urbanized and Rural Areas. Thank you.
Kat, thank you for your work. We have staff's recommendation. Commissioners, what are your wishes?
So moved.
I'll
Moved-
second.
Moved by Commissioner Bradshaw, seconded by Commissioner Tiffany. Any discussion? Seeing none virtually or in the room, we will go ahead with a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those opposed? Abstentions? Kat, thanks for your good work. That has been approved unanimously. We're
As a proud senior, I thank you.
And with my AARP card in hand, I do too. We'll move on to item 79, approval of the California Natural Resource Agency Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Program. Naveen?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. I see your voice is just going and gone.
And you know, people usually don't complain about that either. We'll see how it goes.
I like that you went in one breath with the name of the program. So tab 79 is an action item to approve the 2023 Environmental Enhancement and Mitigation Program, or EEM program for short. And I hope you will allow me to use the acronym because it's very lengthy. The Commission awards annual grants to fund projects as recommended by the California Natural Resources Agency, which develops and adopts procedures to determine eligibility, evaluates project proposals, recommends projects for funding to the Commission, and manages the grants post-award. For the 2023 program grant cycle, the California Natural Resources Agency evaluated 15 applications and recommends programming 8 projects for a total of $9,350,924. If you approve this item, the EEM program will be fully programmed this year. This is a notable achievement because in years past, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, funds were continuously rolled over to the next cycle due to a lack of competitive applications or overall submissions. I want to recognize Laurel Burkham-Gradenis, Melissa Jones, and Alonzo Wilson, who manage the program at the California Natural Resources Agency, for their hard work and commitment to ensuring this program's success. Their efforts have resulted in increased interest and participation in the program this year, to the point of oversubscription and the utilization of current and prior year funds for the program. Commission staff has reviewed this request and recommends your approval of tab 79. Thank you.
Naveen, thank you. We are first going to hear if we have people online who'd like to speak on this item.
I do not see any request to comment on this item.
Great. And we don't have any speaker cards in the room. And Naveen, credit to, oh, okay, you will need to fill out a speaker card. Okay, but please make your way forward. Naveen, I want to thank you too. The correct way to use acronyms, it's okay, but you first say it out as you did, and then you use the acronym.
Yes.
And we don't surprise anyone. So get that to us ASAP.
I will do.
PDQ. No, those are acronyms. William, go. You have 2 minutes.
Great, and I won't use my whole 2 minutes. I just wanted to speak to, I'm overlooking the applicants that were funded, and I don't know much about these, and there may be some projects that have like heat island effects, but I'd be interested to hear if there are programs that target heat islands with like the planting of trees, and if we're reaching communities that have a lesser canopy that fall under the underserved like communities. That's okay.
I've registered your comment and I'll reach out to the CNRA program team.
William, thank you. Naveen, thank you. Any questions, comments from commissioners? Great. And this is an action item. We're looking for a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Past Chair Eager. Second, thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. And if people can take themselves off of mute for the vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well done, Commissioner Falcone. All those opposed? And any abstentions? That passes unanimously. Naveen, thanks for your great work. We're moving on to item 80, shop amendments for approval. John Bray.
Yes, tab 80 is an action item to approve amendments to the 2022 shop. We need to take action on these before we adopt the new 2024 shop under the next agenda item. These shop amendments will add 14 new emergency response projects into the 2022 shop using the major damage reservation. Staff recommends approval of tab 80.
Thank you. For tab 80, do we have any speakers online?
I don't see any requests from our virtual attendees to comment on this item.
Thank you, Justin. Any speakers in the room? Seeing none. Commissioners, comments, or we'd be looking for a motion. Motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tiffany. Any further discussion? Looking on my screen for our virtual commissioners, seeing none. We're going to move to the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Abstentions? Oh, I'm sorry. Opposition? I just wanted to throw you off. Opposition? No. Abstentions? None. That passes unanimously. John, thank you. We're moving on to item 81, adoption of the final 2024 State Highway Operation and Protection Program, our SHOP. John Prey.
That is correct. Tab 81 is an action item to adopt the 2024 State Highway Operation and Protection Program. It is otherwise known as the SHOP. The SHOP is the state's Fix It First program. The 2024 SHOP is a 4-year, approximately $21.2 billion program consisting of approximately 600 proposed projects and reservations for future unidentified needs, all to preserve and protect our state highway system. The requirements for the preparation and adoption of the SHOP are outlined in Government Code 14.526.5. This statute requires Caltrans to prepare the 4-year SHOP based on the asset management plan and to submit the SHOP to the commission by January 31st of each even year. But prior to submitting its program to the commission, Caltrans is required to make the draft available to transportation planning agencies for review and comment. They did that on December 7th, 2023. And it was not only made available to planning agencies, but also to many other stakeholders, which Mike's going to highlight in his presentation. And then Caltrans left the comment period open from December 7th all the way through January 19th. And then on January 31st, in accordance with statutory requirements, the proposed 2024 SHOP was submitted to the commission with the comments included. Since January 31st, as required by statute, the commission has been reviewing the proposed SHOP relative to its overall adequacy and consistency with the asset management plan. Our review consisted of a high-level analysis of the whole program in comparison to investment levels and performance targets approved in the Transportation Asset Management Plan and the State Highway System Management Plan, as well as a low-level detailed review of many of the 600-ish individual projects in the program. And then we also held 2 public hearings as part of our review. Our review did show that Caltrans is maintaining strong investment levels in the 4 primary asset classes with a focus on meeting commission adopted targets and keeping our promises to the taxpayers while also increasing investment levels in critical supplementary asset classes and other program objectives such as safety, emergency, complete streets, wildlife connectivity, and climate resiliency. I think of this as the make new friends, but keep the old principle. And it's a very difficult balancing act that Caltrans has to do, especially when the needs outweigh the funds available. And we really appreciate Caltrans's efforts to strike this important balance. So our review is, wait, before I say that, I do want to thank Mike Johnson and his team from Caltrans. They've done an excellent job. Lyle Stockton and his team from Caltrans, they've also put a lot of work into this program and a lot of others from Caltrans. So I just want to compliment them on the program that they've put together. They've done a great job. And so our review as staff is complete, and we will be recommending approval, but before taking action, Mike Johnson, Caltrans's asset manager is here. He's going to give a brief presentation summarizing the comments that were received in the comment period, and then how those comments were addressed in the final version of the 2024 SHOP. So go ahead, Mike.
Good morning, Chair Gardino, commissioners, and Senator. And it is morning, so thank you for that. My name is Mike Johnson. I'm the Caltrans State Asset Management Engineer. And as John said, wanted to just highlight a few of the comments that we received in the SHOP during this public engagement period. Next slide, please. So there were a lot of opportunities. We actually began planning on these projects back in July 1, 2019, believe it or not. A number of these projects began. And then again in July of 2021, our second wave of projects. We had a number of opportunities during the public comment period. In February of this year, we held 2 public hearings, one down in San Bernardino and then one up here in Sacramento. And then we have the hearing obviously today for additional comments. In total, we received 141 written comments. Next slide, please. This slide just provides a little bit of a breakdown of where the comments came from. So who provided us comments? We did receive comments from the commission. Thank you very much. We have MPO and RTPA comments. There are a number of organized groups that we received comments from. And then we have that big chunk of the pie there, which is individual comments. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Next slide, please. This was the first shop that we've ever rolled out through a digital dashboard. And it was a huge success in several perspectives, or from several perspectives. I put on the slide 4 comments that we received here that were from individuals that made it very clear to me that they used this dashboard to find projects that they had an interest in and submitted comments. And I think the amount of engagement directly to the constituents for this shop has been greater than any shop I've ever seen. So I want to acknowledge that the dashboard was really good. I think we should continue to use it. And by the way, this dashboard is available. It's updated every quarter with all of the actions that this commission takes. And so the website's there, even beyond the adoption of the shop. We actually have the next 10 years worth of shop projects on that dashboard at any given time. So anybody in the state of California can see where their tax dollars are going. Next slide. I wanted to address a couple of commission comments. One, and I'll put this in the category of continuous improvement. We have had a table in the shop, as long as I've been involved with the shop, that summarize the financial commitments by the accounting code that represents the biggest portion of the work. Okay, and I'm oversimplifying, so I apologize to our budgetary folks here. But that table can be very misleading. And we had some interaction with John and Tim during this go around. We have replaced that table per this commission comment with a performance-based table that I think presents a much clearer picture of what the shop is doing, because it doesn't take note of which funding program or which code, accounting code, this work is programmed under. We're just looking at the totality of work that the shop's actually doing. Next slide. So here's just one example. In the top of this, we show what we were showing in terms of the old method reporting on the investment in sign panels. So we replaced sign panels on all our overhead signs, and it's showing zero investment. And what that means is that there were no projects in the 2024 shop where the sign panel replacement was the anchor or main component of a project. So it's showing zero invested. But when we move to the performance-based table down below, you see we're actually replacing about 7,000 signs. But those signs are being incorporated in other larger projects that are then being programmed under a pavement program or something else. So moving to this performance-based table presents a very, very clear picture of exactly what the shop is doing across all funding programs. Next slide. By far, in terms of numbers of comments, we received more comments on bike and ped infrastructure than anything. And I want to be, completely transparent about that. These are just a few of the comments that we received. And, the bike and ped needs are continuing to grow within the shop. we continue to get a lot of feedback from the community about the bike and ped needs. And the community is very organized, so they submit a lot of comments. And so that's why numbers wise, I think we see a lot. In fact, the comment that's in the middle of the slide there, we received 35 comments with the identical text. And so you wonder, well, why does that occur? And you can trace that back to very organized, little push one button kind of bots things that submit comments into us. And we saw this with the State Highway System Management Plan as well. So, you have to take those counts into, into consideration about, what was behind that comment as it came in. Next slide. So with respect to the bike and ped infrastructure, I'm going to put the graph that's on the right there, which shows our State Highway System Management Plan investments. We have been continuing to increase our investment over time from a low of about 400 million over 10 years to now 3 billion over 10 years in our latest plan. One of the comments that we received a number of times had to do with the alignment of the shop and these plans, and I'm going to cover that in a minute. But I wanted to just highlight what the shop is doing. We have been increasing the investment. This shop is delivering over 250 miles of bike lane, new bike lane, predominantly. Over $1 billion will be invested in the next 4 years for bike, ped, and transit focused modes within the state highway system. And as far as where we are with the 2024 shop, we are actually investing a little bit more than our plans had called for. And the reason for that is because we got an infusion in between our plans from IIJA, and a significant portion of that was directed to bike and ped investments. Next slide. So I wanted to touch on this because a number of the comments that were received in the bike and ped space were related to in a belief that the 2023 plan is influencing the 2024 shop. And it seems like it might because the plan came before the shop, but these plans are actually being done years in advance of the shop they're going to influence. And so I tried to align them here to show the relationship. So this shop that you're going to be asked to adopt today is really driven by the 2019 and 2021 State Highway System Management Plans. In those plans, there was a certain level of investment for bike and ped infrastructure. Our average investment in the 2024 shop exceeds that planned investment. Next slide. We also received a comment, as John mentioned, asking, well, what do we do with all of these comments that we get? So they generally fall into two buckets. We have sort of policy comments, which we retain typically in asset management within the SHOP program. And we will evaluate those and, if appropriate, weave those in to subsequent state highway system management plans. But by and large, the majority of comments are project-specific comments. Those are all parsed out back to the districts that originated the projects. And John acknowledged the work that asset management does and the SHOP programming group does. But really, the SHOP is a product of the entire department of Caltrans. Every one of these district directors that are here in the room own a portion of this SHOP, and without their staff working to develop those projects, we wouldn't be here today asking for adoption. So those policy or the project level comments go back. Many of the project comments are, we support your project. But there are other comments like, as you're doing this project, please consider adding this or doing that. And those go ultimately back to the individual district project engineer, that once the commission adopts the SHOP and they begin the detailed design work, they will take those comments into consideration. Next slide. I want to just end the presentation today with this. So 3 graphs, starting from the left, which is showing our investment over time in pavement, bridges, drainage systems, and transportation management systems, what we call our 4 core assets. And you can see from 2015 to 2017, we had a big uptick in investment. That is SB1. Once we got to that level, we were funding those 4 core assets at a level that is appropriate for us to achieve the targets that were established in law and by this commission. And so you can see it, in fact, we've been relatively steady state since that time. We had a big up adjustment and we're staying pretty steady. The slide in the middle, or the graph in the middle, excuse me, is our bike and ped investment, and you can see that is growing. And the slide on the very right is our climate adaptation investment, and you can see that is also growing. The bike and ped needs are substantial. The climate adaptation needs are also very substantial. But as John mentioned, you know, part of the challenge of my role in the department overall is to balance all of these things. We have to maintain a safe system. We have to fix damage on the system. Last year, we had over $1 billion in damage to the state highway system. Over 20% of the shop went to fix damage last year. We spend about $1 billion a year on safety improvements on the state highway system. And so, you know, we've got this pie where we have to divide it up, and there's a lot of interest. In fact, there's 34 that we track and report in the state highway system management plan. And these are also reported to the commission in our annual benchmark report in all these different areas, which you'll see me again in June for that report. But this is kind of what I see going forward in the shop. We are relatively at steady state for physical assets on the system. The system's not expanding very rapidly, with maybe the exception of TMS elements, those are expanding. So we see that, you know, being fairly flat going forward. And we see these other areas, you know, being more of an investment focus. And so a lot of times people ask, well, how are you able to shift and move that investment over there? And a lot of that has to do with efficiencies that the department is doing. Just our overall asset management approach is saving us hundreds of millions of dollars a year. And we're able to direct that into these other things that we're trying to do as a state and you're trying to do as a commission. So with that, I will conclude my presentation on this 2024 shop.
Mike Johnson, thank you. And please don't go away. Or
go
stay
away.
nearby. You can
Okay.
stay nearby.
will stay
I believe we have comments both in the room and online. We'll start with people in the room. And if the first 3 could please line up. Yes, Mike, you can sit. I just said don't go far away. Thank you. That is from our kinder, softer Leanne Eager suggestion. Great. We have the pleasure of having the mayor of McFarland with us today, Saul Ione. Saul, please come forward. We'll be followed by Melanie Perrin, followed by Kiana Valentine. Is Kiana in the room or online? Okay, we're going to set Kiana aside then for in the room. Manny Leone would be third, if people can please line up. And McFarland, my favorite movie as well. I'm sure soon to be my favorite mayor. Please go ahead.
Don't start the clock. I wasn't a runner.
Great.
Good morning, Chair Gardino and esteemed members of the California Transportation Commission. My name is Saul Ione, Mayor of the City of McFarland. I'm here representing 15,000 residents for a major underserved community. I would like to express my strong support for SHOP Project 06-0X370 Bakersfield 99 Rehabilitation and Auxiliary Lane. Before embarking on this career in public service, I traveled up and down the 99 as a farm laborer, then transitioning to wearing a badge for 25 years for the Kern County Sheriff's Department, then coming back to my school and becoming an educator. Currently serving at that job. I have a profound personal connection to this route. It's a lifelong of the people of McFarland. The project holds significant extents for far beyond infrastructure. It's about the safety, livelihood, and well-being of our community. Highway 99 is just not a roadway. It's a backbone of our daily life, connecting McFarland residents to jobs, education, essential services to Bakersfield and beyond. For a community where many rely on the highway for their daily commute, and proposed improvements are not just beneficial, but essential. The alignment with the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for Kern County, we recognize the urgency of funding safety projects on our state highway system. The statistics for the stretch of southbound Highway 99 targeted by this project: 3 fatalities, 78 major crashes since 2015, is a stark reminder of the critical need of safety enhancements. As a mayor and as someone who personally relied on this highway, I can attest to the necessities of the project for the people of McFarland and Kern County. Our region is at a pivotal moment with significant industrial and warehouse growth that promises to reshape our economy. This project supports not just the safety of our current residents, but the foundation of our economic future. It's essential for facilitating a smooth transition for sustainable industry and replacing jobs that were lost in the traditional sectors.
And that is your time, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attention and the opportunity to advocate for this project. It's so close to my heart and the city and the residents of the city of McFarland.
Thank you for traveling so far to join us.
Yes, thank you so much.
After Mayor Ione, we have Melanie, then Manny, and then William Walker will be third. Please, is Melanie?
Melanie's with us.
Okay, then we will set her aside till we go to online, as well as her card was submitted. Manny, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Manny Leon, California Alliance for Jobs. I first want to ask for your approval of this item. Second, I want to align some of my comments from yesterday with respects to preserving the integrity of these transportation intent and integrity of these transportation funding programs. And then want to just, with respect to the SHOP, state that over half of the 2024 SHOPS program will address improvements across the 4 primary assets: pavement, bridges, culverts, transportation management systems, with the remainder of the program funding projects that address critical needs such as safety improvements and emergency response projects. Further, as noted, 45% of all projects in the program include bicycle, pedestrian, transit-focused features as part of the projects aligned or presented today. Time and time again, we're observing the incorporation of multimodal projects in all of the state's existing transportation funding programs, and this is a great step forward. However, as policies coming from both the state and federal government call for the transition to zero-emission vehicles, not the reduction of vehicles, roads, bridges, and et cetera, will still need to be maintained and rehabilitated. It makes no sense to significantly reduce or shift funding away from preserving our roads and bridges when we know for a fact that many of these zero-emission vehicles will be significantly heavier. With approval of this funding program today, will allow the state to effectively maintain the existing transportation highway system, a system that we all use, and keeping it in a state of good repair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Manny. We will now go to online speakers and our translation. Oh gosh, what have I done? Sorry, my friend. William, please, welcome.
Thank you. I've been trying not to use my full 2 minutes. So hi, Commissioners. I'll be really quick with the SHOP program, and I appreciate the diagram that was shared about how the SHSMP, I'm not going to try to say what that stands for, but I know it's a highway plan, and how SHOP are related. If there were just a quick video of that, like on the website, that just told folks, this is when that process starts. This is when the SHOP process starts, so that stakeholders are aware. And I'll just say the items I've been saying on to other representatives regarding equity involvement or engagement, just looking at how you can do an annual town hall at the district level to invite folks in and show them the timelines for all the different things that we're doing statewide. And with SHOP, understanding, like, is there a component of how we have these reconnecting highway to boulevards projects that were specially funded? Can we incorporate that reconnecting framework into future SHOP programs. And I think that it's already done. I was on Highway 43 in the middle of, it might have been Kern County actually, and there was a bike lane on it. And I was like, that's crazy. So I know that it's stuff that our department's already doing. I just hope that we can start sharing it and start inviting folks in so that they feel like they're a part of it. Lastly, LA Metro has a community-based organizations database, their Office of Race and Equity. And I think that it would be great for district offices to maintain a database like that, just so that, yeah, we got 600 comments or however many comments that we're quantifying here, but if you have a database of organizations, you can say that you've actually reached all of the stakeholders on all sides of the argument so that you're not splitting hairs about if people are at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other cards in the room, we will go online. Are translation services needed on this item? Do we know?
We're not aware as of yet.
Thank you, Douglas. Let's go online then. Justin, our first speaker.
Thank you, Chair Gardino. We will first go to Kiana Valentine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California. In the interest of time, I will align my comments with those of Manny Leon from the Alliance for Jobs, and just note that considering the state's ongoing funding needs, we find the 2024 SHOP balances investments well in order to maintain the state highway system while still addressing other active transportation and climate-related matters. Thank you.
Kiana, thank you. Our next online speaker, please.
Up next, we have Amy Peak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Amy Peak on behalf of the Rebuild SoCal Partnership. Our partnership of union workers and construction contractors supports investment in essential infrastructure across our region and state. We also align both with Manny and Kiana's earlier statements. Rebuild supports the staff recommendation for the adoption of the 2024 SHOP. Rebuild believes that we can and must continue investing to make our state highways safer and more efficient, while also making investments into transit, intercity rail, bicycle, pedestrian infrastructure. Rebuild believes the 2024 SHOP invests effectively to maintain our existing transportation highway infrastructure by keeping these highways in a state of good repair, while also addressing safety issues for road users. Thank you so much.
Thank you for weighing in. Our next online speaker.
Up next, we have Mike Woodman.
Chair Gardino, fellow commissioners, Senator Cortese, Mike Woodman, Executive Director of the Nevada County Transportation Commission. I'm speaking today to voice my support for the 2024 SHOP and also lend my support for the Bakersfield 99 Rehabilitation 2 South project in Kern County. The key component of this project that's generated concern by stakeholders is the proposed construction of an auxiliary lane that is less than a mile in length to improve safety and reduce accidents. It's important to recognize and understand that both state guidance from OPR and Caltrans, as well as the Federal Highway Administration, state that auxiliary lanes less than a mile are not likely to induce demand and are exempt from air quality conformity and are designed to address hazardous features. This is a safety issue that needs to be addressed to ensure the safety of the traveling public, and I urge your support. I also support the comments of Manny and Kiana Valentine. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next online speaker.
Up next, we have Ashley Kaiser.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Ashley Kaiser on behalf of AGC of California. The SHOP is a critical program to ensure that the state maintains and improves the condition of pavement, bridges, and transportation management system. It further helps address safety improvement and funds emergency response projects. The SHOP help keeps assets in a state of good repair and to avoid costly replacement and rehabilitation projects. The SHOP has come a significant way over the years, with looking ahead to the next decade of over almost $2.5 billion investment in bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure that will help expand this important part of the transportation system. This investment into bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure complements the significant funding efforts cities and counties are expanding for their local active transportation projects. The 2023 Highway Safety System Management Plan projects a $5 billion annual unfunded need. This is not only related to the 4 primary asset classes, but also includes shortfalls of funding for climate change impacts, incorporating new complete streets components on the state highway system where appropriate, and building mobility hubs. The 2024 proposed SHOP continues the state's progress in maintaining existing assets by keeping in a state of good repair while also addressing important safety needs for all transportation users. It also balances the investment to address active transportation and climate impacts. We urge you to support and approve the 2024 proposed SHOP.
Thank you. And are there any more online speakers?
I see one more hand raised at this time.
Great.
I'd like to call on Bernice Krieger. Bernice Krieger, I see your hand raised. You've been unmuted. You're free to comment.
Good afternoon, Bernice Jimenez Krieger with the California Trucking Association, Chair Gardino, Senator Cortese, and members. We're also calling to reiterate the comments previously mentioned and strong support for this 2024 SHOP. It is critical to continue infrastructure improvement projects, not only to continue a safe transportation and goods movement, but for all vehicles moving throughout these corridors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your brevity. Are there any more online speakers?
Don't see any more requests to comment on this item.
Great. We've taken comments from people in the room and online. Want to turn to my commissioner colleagues, and Commissioner Lugo had mentioned that she would like to comment. Please take yourself off mute, and thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to comment on something that I heard in Mike's presentation, which overall, thank you so much for providing us good information to allow us to see trends within SHOP and where we'll be voting on funding this time around. But the issue you brought up in terms of sameness among the comments around bike and pedestrian projects, I know a little too much about the field of active transportation advocacy. I wrote a dissertation and a book about it. So I just wanted to, make myself available to anybody who's interested in learning about some of the internal dynamics in that space, where it is historically a movement that has been characterized by leadership, primarily by white men. And within the field, there's been a lot of work in the last, little more than a decade to expand who we're talking about, who we're including in our strategy. And for those of us who are early adopters of active transportation and sustainable transportation, what's really clear to us is the need for these projects is not a special interest. It's not so that people who like riding bikes can do it more. It's that, unfortunately, vulnerable road users, which means children and the elderly and everybody else who's traveling outside of cars, are subject to conditions and harms that just don't make sense in a civilized society. And so the reason why we pushed for inclusion of these projects is, again, not because somebody loves wearing spandex and getting out there on the weekend. Those people are out there for sure. But I just really want to clarify that when we are working toward across the board integration of complete streets and these kinds of design principles in our roadways and our state highway system, it's for everybody. And it's largely people who are not going to find their way into these spaces. They're not even going to cut and paste a comment and submit it. That's who we're working on behalf of. And so, like I said, I know way too much about that topic. I'd be happy to have a longer conversation with anybody who wants to delve into history of bicycle advocacy. And I think there's no doubt about it that the movement has chosen combative tactics in the past for various reasons. And here in Los Angeles, we just passed a ballot measure that said suing the city is the best way to get our active transportation needs met through our mobility plan. So we're going to see how that plays out in terms of getting more buy-in around active transportation or not. So totally ready to, think critically about whether a combative approach is the best one here. But just really wanted to highlight that absolutely people have good reasons to see active transportation as something that's been represented by special interests in the past. But we really need to let go of that baggage if we're actually going to improve our systems and make them safe and accessible for everyone.
And do we have, yes, Vice Chair Grisby?
Thank you, Chair Gardino. Just wanted to associate myself with Commissioner Lugo's comments that she just made. Also have a question for Mike, if he can come up. Thank you for the presentation. Really appreciate it. You called out those responses that you received that appear to be in duplicate or similar language, cut and paste. How do you tend to deal with those when you receive them, when you analyze the comments you get back?
Respond to every comment. The point I was making is that the comment itself was identical. There was no distinction from one or the other in terms of the statement. And so we hear the statement, if we get it 20, 30, 40, 50 times, we take that as an indication that there are similar interests to that statement. We also look at when these come in and the time duration over which they come in, because a lot of these are, involved with organized social media campaigns. And so we see them come in, you get 30, 40 comments in 10 minutes of actual time. And so, it doesn't carry any more or less weight. I mean, we just see that, okay, we've got 35 comments to this effect. But in terms of adopting the shop, I mean, we have 617 projects that are really before you to adopt today. So the comment to, include additional funding is really more of a policy question, and we will take that into our next state highway system management plan, which we are underway developing right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any other commissioner comments or questions before we seek a motion? Seeing none, we'd be looking for a motion on the shop.
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a second.
Second.
There's a motion and a seconded second.
Oh, a second and second.
I do want to mention, we did have one other card, but the person isn't in the room, nor was this person online. So for the record, Melanie Perrone, Associated General Contractors of California, is in support.
I think Ashley Kaiser took her place.
Okay.
Great. Thank you, Doug. I didn't want her to think her voice was not noted today.
Wait a second, we had two, but who are we? Thank you.
I'm only because I was looking that way, Brother Bradshaw. I will try to look to my left and my right more quickly and virtually.
I don't
Yes,
want
please.
to increase the myth that the laborers and the carpenters are competing all the time. It was a friendly second.
Laborers won.
Yes. Yes. For those of us old enough to remember the musical Oklahoma, the ranchers and the farmers can be friends. Great, good. With that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Mike Johnson, John Bray, thank you for all your work. That passes unanimously. I would mention 1218, we're going to now ensure that that we have a break. We've had some amazing food for thought this morning. It's time now for food for lunch. And because in this immediate area, some of our stakeholders will have to leave the building to find lunch, we will take our full 60 minutes out of respect for you and the time to provide you for you to provide yourselves with lunch. So it's 12:18. At 1:18, we're taking up our next item. Thank you all. And I would mention, while there's cafeteria space, there's no longer a cafeteria down there before you take the hike downstairs. It is 1:18. We are true to our word. We will now reconvene the March meeting of our California Transportation Commission. Thank you all for being such good stewards of our time. Doug, do we need to take a roll call as we reconvene? We can just get started. We do have a quorum. We noted yesterday, item 24 is our opportunity to continue to learn about innovations in transportation. I want to thank Bridget Driller, who helps us in this area and will continue to do so. So thank you. I mentioned transparency, so I want to be the organization, the company that will be sharing with us today. I first was exposed to years ago when I was still CEO of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. They were one of 400 member companies. So I wanted to be transparent about that relationship. And my wife's company works with them on their community engagement. This is, however, an information item only, but I like to be transparent. With that, Bridget, thank you again for your work.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gardino. Commissioners, as the chair said, this is an information item for tab 24. Blake Barber, who is the Chief Technology Officer for Glideways, will present an overview of Glideways, which, as you will hear more about, is an autonomous public transportation system. And I will go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Barber for his presentation.
And from what I understand, Bridget, you and Mr. Barber, and welcome, have worked out that he has up to 7 minutes for formal presentation. And then, of course, if there are comments, he's obviously free to respond.
Yeah, that's correct.
Great. So we're setting the shot clock appropriately. And thank you for joining us, sir.
Will move very quickly. I tend to speak quickly, and I will move very quickly to get through some of this content. Just to introduce myself a little bit before I introduce Glideways. My background.
Mr. Barber, we're going to stop the clock.
Yes.
Thank you. So it's not coming against your time. We'll just reset it, I think. Executive Director Taylor reminded us for our translation services, we're going to need you to slow down just a little bit.
All right.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Perfect.
So we'll start again. Thank you.
Perfect. To introduce myself, I am Blake Barber, Chief Technology Officer at Glideways. My background, the past 20 years at this point, is entirely within robotics and autonomous systems, and it has been an incredible time to be involved in robotics and autonomous systems. The amount of progress we have made over the course of the last 20 years, certainly the last decade, has been remarkable. I've had the opportunity, feel very fortunate to have had the opportunity to work on many different projects. I've worked on autonomous spacecraft, all varieties of autonomous aircraft, and most recently, autonomous ground vehicles, some of the most ambitious technical projects that I'm aware of in terms of deploying open road autonomous vehicles, both robotaxis and autonomous long-haul trucking. And as excited as I am about the very many things that are coming very far along in autonomous vehicles and autonomous systems, there is nothing that I am more excited about than the work that we are doing at Glideways that I have the opportunity to present to you today in terms of the ability to have a very positive impact on the world generally and on this area in terms of transportation. So if we go to the next slide, I'll spend a bit of time on what is Glideways, what is it that we're building. And I have not the simplest articulation of what is Glideways, but Glideways is an automated transportation network, an automated transit network that deploys autonomous battery electric vehicles on fixed dedicated guideway to deliver high capacity, high quality of service transit in a way that is low cost, both in terms of cost to build and in terms of cost to operate. So that is autonomous electric vehicles operating on their own fixed dedicated guideway to provide high capacity, high quality of service at low cost, both in terms of cost to build and in terms of cost to operate. Next slide. So that is an abstract notion of what we're building at Glideways. More concretely, you can see here a schematic representation of what we're building at Glideways. You can see the autonomous vehicles that are custom built to the application of moving people efficiently and cost effectively, running on dedicated infrastructure that is also lightweight, low cost, and custom built to the application of moving high capacity, high volume of people at low cost and high capacity. The system itself, you can see many different elements of the system. Two primary elements of the system to call out is the high capacity trunk lines, which are bike lane sized pieces of infrastructure that can deliver high capacity because they flow continuously, uninterrupted from origin to destination. That includes being uninterrupted by any intersections, any pedestrian crossings, things like this, and being uninterrupted by the stations of the system themselves. All the stations are off of the trunk line, such that when you get on the system at station A and you're transiting to station Z, you do not stop at B, C, D, E, or F. You transit very rapidly and very reliably from your origin to your destination. What is it that Glideways provides exactly in this system is the transit technology itself, but any transit system is more than just the transit technology. Any transit system is both the transit technology, the transit infrastructure, and also the operations and maintenance. So not only do we provide the transit technology, we also provide assistance in terms of designing cost-effective infrastructure, in terms of design specifications, and technology to bring efficiency to the operation and maintenance of the system. Next slide. A core element of the Glideway system is the autonomous vehicle. That autonomous vehicle operates on its own fixed dedicated infrastructure so that we can deliver high capacity in the system. A side effect of that is that we can deliver autonomy at a much lower level of cost and complexity than is required to deliver autonomy for open road applications because we operate in our own fixed dedicated guideway. We can deploy off-the-shelf components in terms of sensing and compute and off-the-shelf algorithms to deliver the level of autonomy required at a level of safety that is 3 orders of magnitude higher than the level of safety that can be achieved on open roadways. Next slide. Achieving high capacity on a system, capacity in any transit system is very simple to calculate. It is number of vehicles per hour times number of people per vehicle. I showed you a vehicle that is a 4-person vehicle. So we are not achieving capacity by putting large numbers of people into tighter and tighter fixed spaces. We achieve capacity on this system by drastically increasing the frequency of vehicles that operate on the transit system. By comparison, you may have a bus system where you have 20 to 40 people in a given vehicle operating at 5-minute headways or 300 seconds in between vehicles. In contrast, the Glideway system will have 2 to 4 people per vehicle, an order of magnitude fewer people, but operate at 3-second headways or 2 orders of magnitude higher frequency. So we can deliver higher capacity in a better transit experience with this type of system. Next slide. An unfortunate reality for transit systems that achieve capacity by fitting larger and larger number of people into a fixed space is that the quality of the transit experience degrades as the quantity of people or the capacity of the system is increased. With a Glideway style system, one of our core design tenets is to provide an oasis to our riders. You have your own personal vehicle, your own ride. You are not degrading the quality of the transit experience as we increase the capacity of the system. Next slide. In order to achieve a scalable system, you have to deliver not only a high quality of service and high capacity, but you have to deliver this at low cost. The entire system is structured to deliver infrastructure that can be implemented at grade, elevated, or underground and fit within our existing urban rights of way to allow us to implement the system at low cost in our current environment. Next slide. We are actively in development at our development facility in Concord. We achieved a technology readiness level of 6 in 2022, and we are on pace to achieve a TRL of 8 in 2026. Next slide. We have won 3 projects here in California to date, an initial project here in San Jose connecting the Diridon BART station to the airport. That's a 4-mile system. We've won a 28-mile system in Contra Costa County and another 4-mile system that we've been down selected for in San Bernardino County. We're very excited to implement these systems in California.
Mr. Barber, thank you for such interesting information and for being such a good steward of your time and hours. I want to, don't go away. Are there questions or comments online?
Yes, okay, yes, it does appear we do have one virtual attendee at this time indicating they wish to comment on this item. I'd like to call on Martha Armas Kelly.
Great. Thank you. We'll hear from Martha and then we'll check in the room as well. Thank you. Martha, feel free to begin whenever you're ready and the clock will start.
Thank you, Chair Guardino. I just want to say this is exciting. I really would like to ask if this is available in rural areas. Have you thought about bringing that project to rural areas, especially when we're looking at areas that have limited transportation for public transit? It would be really ideal for those corridors where it's really tight, and because it's on a specified causeway, it might be something that, like for unincorporated areas, it would connect people to communities that they would otherwise not be able to be part of.
Martha, thanks for weighing in. Anyone else online?
Not seeing any other requests at this time.
Justin, thank you. And in the room, I've just been handed a card. William Walker, please come forward. Thank you, William.
Sound together.
Yeah,
Hi.
perfect.
Then now I'm really talking directly to you. William Walker, Chair of the EAC, and thank you, Vice Chair Martha Armas Kelly, for your comments, and I definitely concur with them. I want to also just say I actually had the opportunity to ride this little ollie thing out in Rancho Cordova, and it was early on, about 4 years ago, a little rocky for me. And so I'm curious how you're reaching out to the community to get their feedback. And I know that in the Bay Area, since we are here in District 4, both BART and SFMTA have very active accessibility advisory committees. I bet all the other transit operators in here probably agree that they have those too. How do you get that feedback from our AACs? And is there something like that with your organization?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, William.
Yeah, so thanks to Martha and to William. I think these are great questions. With respect to specifically the ADA accessibility in the disabled community, this is something that is hugely important to us, and the question of how we get feedback. One of my favorite activities that we've done is we showed a video of our development facility. We've had actively invited the disabled community into our development facility to take rides in our prototype vehicles, and we've actively refined the vehicle to be more accommodating to that community on the basis of that testing. In terms of other opportunities for the community to engage with the vehicle, I mentioned we have a first project in San Jose. We've had the vehicle out to San Jose City Hall, and we'll do so again to allow the community a chance to get to know the vehicle and the system. And we'll continue to engage with the community as we continue on that project. The question with respect to accessibility for our more rural areas is another item that we're very excited about with this system. Is we have the ability with this type of system to service a large dynamic range of ridership, meaning both high capacity and low capacity. And so we can have a system that can extend out into those lower capacity rural areas and provide connectivity to higher capacity transit, both on the Glideway system and on our other existing transit modes. All of our initial projects are transit connectors. We connect to the Diridon BART station for San Jose, connect to the Diridon BART station for the project in East Contra Costa County, and we connect to the Rancho Cucamonga transit station for San Bernardino. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity to use this type of system to expand access to our transit networks.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. We're not seeing any other speakers online or in the room, so we'll go to the commission. Commissioner Tiffany, Vice Chair Grisby. And we'll start there. I'm not seeing anyone of our virtual commissioners, so we'll start there.
Thank you. I'm curious, what's involved in the purchase of land to put in your system? And kind of to follow up, you already addressed this, but I'm also curious about rural areas. Is there a level of ridership that makes it cost effective? I'm just interested also in the cost dynamics. Is there a cost to the riders? How do all those factors work for a lower level of ridership?
Yep. Yeah. So we'll start with the question of the acquisition of land, and I'll take San Jose, the project we're doing in San Jose, as an example for that project. One of the great benefits of this system relative to, say, a rail system is we are largely able to fit within existing rights of way. So as we're implementing a different solution might require significant acquisition of new land for the system. For San Jose, I think we fit entirely within existing rights of way with the exception of the maintenance facility, which is implemented for this system. So it greatly reduces the burden of having to find and acquire additional land. With respect to the cost, you make absolutely the right point. Our ambition and our aim and what we think we can achieve is for a project like San Jose with the level of ridership between the BART station and the airport is very low or no subsidy for the construction of these systems. The San Jose project is being implemented in a P3 private-public partnership model for the city of San Jose, where the amount of cost to the city could be either zero or very low cost to the city to construct that system, given that level of ridership. As the level of ridership goes down, so extending into the rural areas, it probably makes sense for subsidy to come in and play a role in constructing that system to provide access at the lower levels of ridership. But we are able to find the balance, even in a public-private partnership type of setup, with the city or with the public entity to provide the right value at the lowest cost relative to all other solutions for extending that access to transit.
Do you, when there is subsidy involved, do you envision that there might be a cost to the rider themselves, or it could be a combination of that as well as subsidy from the local government?
That's right. And that's a conversation with the local government and the implementer for that system in terms of what level of subsidy the government would like to supply in order to reduce fares on the system for the rider.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Tiffany. Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. How does this, I have 3 questions for you. How does this differ from traditional personal rapid transit, which has existed for a while? I think the feds built a test bed in West Virginia. Is it Morgantown?
Morgantown, yep.
Yeah, what differentiates this from that strategy that we've seen for a while?
Yeah, so it is this, that the articulation of this concept, personal rapid transit, stretches back to the late 1960s, early 1970s. There's one system that's implemented in the US in Morgantown. That system was implemented, started operation to a degree in 1972. And so it was implemented with the technology that was available in the late 1960s and early 1970s. And it's an incredible system. I've been to Morgantown. I've had a full tour of the system. It's an incredible system in terms of what Boeing was able to implement in the early 1970s. And there were several major international efforts to implement personal rapid transit in Germany, Japan, France, the UK at the time. They all ran into the same issue, which is that they were confronted with a concept that is game-changing in terms of transportation, but lacked the tools in order to be able to go and implement that concept. And so having the correct set of tools that allows us to implement this technology has taken some amount of time, similar to electric vehicles. The first electric vehicle, I grew up in Des Moines, Iowa. We can trace the first electric vehicle to Des Moines, Iowa in 1888. We waited over 100 years for lithium batteries and power electronics to enable electric vehicles to reach the consumer market in a significant way. Our feeling is this is the first moment in time where we have the core set of technologies that we need to actually implement personal rapid transit, something that we've known conceptually and in theory solves for scalable urban transit for the last 50 years.
And then you mentioned the application of automation to this. How does this differ from the possibility of adding automation to bus rapid transit systems, which have a similar kind of, when they're built out, have a similar kind of operating segment that's separated from traffic if they are fully built out and have all the bells and whistles of BRT. From a cost efficiency perspective and capacity, why would someone choose this over a fully built out BRT system that has automation?
No, it's the right question. It's a great question. It's one that you mentioned, the large body of work that's been put into PRT over a long period of time. And this is one of those questions that's been examined for the last 40 or 50 years, which is, given the ability to implement the autonomy, these types of things, what is the ideal form factor to implement the most efficient transportation network with this set of technologies? And the answer that's been consistently arrived at, particularly for a system where there is a large set of origins and a large set of destinations on the network, that what you want to do is actually bring that vehicle down to a personal level, such that truly when you're getting on at station A and going to station Z, you don't have to stop at any intermediate stations. You can be routed directly from your origin to your destination. Whereas going to larger vehicles, which is what we had to do in Morgantown back in the 1970s, results in a system where you've got a large number of riders in a vehicle who are unlikely to share origin and destination. And so you're stopping unnecessarily. This adds inefficiency to the system. And when you're operating in a demand responsive manner, where you want to be able to scale down the system to the lower demand regimes of the day, so 3 a.m. when there's only dozens of people that need a ride, you operate much more efficiently if you can bring those vehicles back to the maintenance facility and have vehicles that are appropriately sized to carrying people.
Cool. And last question, given that it's fixed guideway, what makes this easier to implement in low density suburbs? Because, we have the same fixed guideway problems with suburban communities with cul-de-sacs and things like that make it very hard for transit to be effective in those areas. How does this improve on that problem?
Yeah, so I will speak a little bit here to our ultimate ambitions for this system, which is vehicles in those areas where road networks are underutilized, right? And to be clear, our initial aim here is to service the high capacity corridors where road networks offer insufficient capacity. But if you extend out to the suburban areas where you have road networks that are easy to navigate and are otherwise underutilized, the vehicles ultimately coming off the guideway because they are just rubber tired battery electric vehicles, and delivering that last mile extension and capability directly to people's homes in an operating domain and environment that is one that is simple, maybe too strong a word, but relatively simple in terms of the open road autonomy capability required for that system to operate in those suburban environments relative to what's required to operate in very dense urban environments.
Fellow commissioners, any other questions or comments for Mr. Barber? Not seeing any virtually or in the room. Mr. Barber, thank you for sharing a little bit about Glideways with us. Bridget, thank you. And looking forward to who might be coming forward at future commission hearings. We appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, that was item 24, but that was reserved for after the afternoon of today. We're moving back. We've had a request that I'm, forgive me, can you hear me better now? Good. I'll only put my mask on when I'm not speaking. We've had a request, if we could, to have item 84 come up. So if that is okay with our colleagues, we're going to move to, we'll come back to 82 and 83. And for our amazing staff team, yeah, I see the Cherry's already there and ready as well. Jeremy Ketchum is also around.
Might be online.
Great, thank you. So let's move to 84, which is an approval of project for future consideration of funding. The Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue interchange improvement project. Cherry and Jeremy, would you like to present the item?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Tab 84 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report for the Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue interchange improvement project. and to approve the project for future consideration of funding. Caltrans adopted a statement of overriding considerations, finding that the project benefits outweigh the impacts. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Jerry, thank you. Jeremy, is there anything that you would like to add?
We're not seeing him online.
Okay, I hope we didn't, by moving this, I hope we didn't jeopardize his opportunity to speak.
We did not. Jeremy is Caltrans' environmental staff, and he's available for questions if there were
Oh,
available.
good. Thank you. Thank you, Executive Director. Okay, good. Why don't we start with online? And I believe this is one of the items where we may benefit from translation services. Are Vanessa and Tomas with us?
Yes.
Great. We will, if they want to come a little bit forward, I don't want to make you have to stand at the mic the whole time, but if you're a little bit forward, as needed, we'll be able to call you up. And thank you for rejoining us today. We do have people in the room as well, but we'll start online today. And remember, for all of our speakers, no more than 2 minutes. And then for translation services, also no more than 2 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Gardino. We'll move to our virtual attendees. Up first, we have Tulare Chamber.
Thank you, Chair Gardino and Commissioners. I'm Dawnette Silva Carter. I'm the CEO with the Tulare Chamber of Commerce, and we represent 640 members with over 14,000 employees in our greater Tulare area. Today, I'm speaking in favor of the future consideration of funding for the Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue Interchange Improvement Project. There is significant travel throughout the 99, especially in Tulare and beyond, for commerce, commuters, visitors to national parks and the national forest, and of course, our residents. There are definite safety concerns that are caused by the lane reductions in either direction and the lack of efficient Page interchange access, both of which provide for hazardous conditions. These improvements are required to offer the best possible mitigation of safety issues and to also provide for the best traffic efficiency in our area. The interchange improvements will also facilitate increased and safer intermodal travel, especially bicycle and pedestrian mobility, but also intercity rail and transit. And if you have seen Page Avenue and that interchange, you know that you cannot really safely walk across that or use your bicycle. So we're excited about the opportunities for our residents to have more options, as well as keeping 99 as safe as possible. We also feel confident that the construction compliance for stormwater pollution prevention, dust control, and noise pollution will be met within reason as required by the state of California, which will limit the impacts to the residents. Therefore, we urge the commission to move forward with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Justin, who's next?
Up next, we have Ashley Vega.
Real quick before I begin, I just want to mention we have 5 other folks with us, I believe, who will be commenting, one of which will need the translation. But oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And Ashley, thank you for letting us know about the necessary translation services for one of the parties on this call. Please continue. When you start, the clock will start.
Okay. My name is Ashley Vega. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council, and we're here today along with Matheny Tract residents to urge you to exercise your authority and reject the resolution E2426. Under statute for TCEP, the Commission shall evaluate the tidal potential economic and non-economic benefits of the program of projects to California's economy, environment, and public health. The evaluation shall specifically assess localized impacts on disadvantaged communities. As such, we urge you to evaluate the detrimental impacts the project will have on disadvantaged communities like Matheny Tract. The project will lead to significant air quality impacts on EJ communities, not only from the induced truck traffic, but also from induced industrial growth. Contrary to TCEP evaluation criteria, mitigation measures will not fully mitigate VMT increase. EJ communities will not see benefits from the project, nor will multimodal transportation options be provided for the project's life. In addition, TCAG falsely claims that the community will have walking and biking access to schools and parks with these proposed improvements. However, there is no single pedestrian or bike path for the community of Matheny Tract. In fact, Caltrans, TCAG, and the city rejected community recommendations to add active transportation improvements in their community as mitigation measures. So what good does meeting with a community 4 times do when they blatantly reject community recommendations when making decisions? The effects ultimately contradict commitments and goals that Caltrans, CTC, and CalSTA made recently after recognizing the disparate impacts perpetuated on disadvantaged communities that are caused by transportation decision-making, design, and construction patterns. Furthermore, the California Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure adopted by CalSTA in July 2021 acknowledges that research proves that highway expansions will not result in long-term congestion relief, but rather incentivize increased traffic, exacerbating VMT. As a result, the CAPTI commits to promoting projects that don't significantly.
Ashley, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Ashley, thank you. And we'll take the next speaker on this call, but I would remind everyone, as Executive Director Taylor did with Mr. Barber, you may want to slow down your pace just a little bit so that our hardworking translator can do her work as well. Thank you. The next speaker, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Commission. My name is Sarah Salas, and I am totally against the project, the Page project. Without a doubt, the impacts on community will definitely affect us and all of our residents. The pollution is already affecting us in a very strong way, as we are in a high red zone already. We have asked for mitigations to be put in place to help to protect the community, like the green zones, trees, walls, sidewalks, bike lanes, and lighting. And none of these measures have been implemented to this project. I feel that our concerns have been ignored in so many ways, since we have met several times with the city and with the county and have not come to an agreement. The community is not benefiting from the project at all. I would love to see some type of benefit to the community. They have been said that there'll be more jobs, and I agree there'll be more jobs, but without the good health that we would receive, then what good is having more jobs? Community also asked for air purifiers to be installed in the homes, as we definitely are going to be impacted by all the emissions and by all the traffic. And I would just like to say that I am asking that you would not go forward with this project, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for slowing down the pace just a little bit as well. Our next speaker, please, Justin.
I just want to quickly verify, Ashley, does that conclude all those with you who are seeking to comment?
She said there were 5,
Yeah.
including herself.
Okay. Did we get? Okay.
There might be 6, including me.
Good afternoon, Community Commissioner. My name is Elma Diaz, and I am a Matheny Tract. During the past months, we have talked to the county to the light in the community and to fix the roads, because the heavy trucks mess up our roads and our cars. We have had meetings after meetings and nothing gets done. The community is dragging the problem. This is the shame. A shame, because the community is putting in a lot of effort and we are being ignored. Please denied the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Genaro Salas, Commissioners, and I am not in agreement with the Page project. We know that the pollution will without doubt affect this community in a negative way. There should be safety measures to protect us, the green space, walls, sidewalks. We are already in a heavily impact with bad air quality. This project will only make things worse, since these projects will impact us for many, many years. I am against this project, and I ask that we have find a way that we could benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the next person in that group, please.
Yeah, yes, my name is Clarence Ogans. All concerns we're totally in agreement. Due to the fact that we're in an isolated area out here, does not, feel that we don't need these things. So we're looking for all efforts, all concerned parties to join up to assist us in what we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I believe there's maybe one or two others in the room.
Two more. The last one will need Spanish translation, but this one will not.
My
Thank
name
you.
My name is Leonard Ogans, and my concern is we already have a problem with dust in the area, and basically, for instance, is black. Okay, so if you guys can get on this whole thing and let's get it all mopped up, and the cleaner I can get, the better. I'll have to take less baths then. Thanks.
Thank
Our
you.
Last one, Spanish. Oh, never mind. He's a little nervous.
If you want to have that person write it out and send it in, we can certainly read it. We all understand nervousness.
Hello, everyone. I'm Adela Rosa with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Again, we urge the CTC to uphold its commitment to racial equity and deny Resolution E2426. Caltrans has determined the benefit of the project far outweighs the effects on environmental justice communities. However, if you ask community, and as you heard, community disagrees.
Ms. Rosa, again, could you please slow down so that we can all hear you, but our translator can also translate?
Communities disagree as they continue to bear the brunt of pollution exposure, disinvestment, and neglect from state agencies like Caltrans, the city of Tulare, and Tulare County. Various disadvantaged communities, including Matheny Track, surround the project location. Polluting land uses, including warehouses, rail, pesticides, and heavy truck traffic already surround the community. To address poor health and community conditions caused by the growing industrial development, the lack of investment and consideration of their needs, residents have advocated for the city of Tulare, Tulare County, and Caltrans to prevent the exacerbation of community conditions that will result from the transportation project and industrial development adjacent to their community. We ask again that you uphold your commitment to racial equity and that you consider the evaluation criteria, which are extremely important for the funding, and consider the fact that this project is not going to lead to any benefits to the community. Specifically, I want to raise that there was a sentence in the TSIP application from TCAG indicating that there would be sidewalks and bicycle lanes as part of this project, which is completely inaccurate, given the fact that the bicycle path and the pedestrian path would only be from La Spina to Blackstone. So exactly how does community benefit? How exactly will community have access to these transportation systems if it's not within their community? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, is there anyone else on this call who will be speaking, or may we advance to the next online speaker?
That was all. Thank you.
No, thank you for your time. Vanessa, Tomas, hey, the good news, you just burned 3 calories coming up. You're welcome. Please stay in case we need you for other calls. Appreciate that. We'll move on, Justin, to our next online speaker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Moving on. Up next, I'd like to call on Rudy Mendoza.
Yes, Chairman Rudy Mendoza, CEO for California Ag Labor Association, representing over 7,500 farm laborers that produce our food and fiber every day. I want to remind the Commission that Highway 99 has several designations, both state and federal, one of which is the Priority Global Gateway, high emphasis, and the Corridor of National Significance by the federal government. This morning, I was literally in a field with my fellow members and took the time to engage them on this very question. And over the course of the last couple of months in the current harvest season, they have traveled to communities like Traver, Seville, Yedem, Mud Gap, Maricopa, Panama, Arvin, Tullyville, Deer Creek, and Edison, just to name a few, to provide for our food and sustenance at the table every day. But the overall road that they utilize to get to these communities first began with Highway 99, traveling from Tulare County up and down through to Kern County. I also want to remind folks in the audience that our members are highly concerned about the number of traffic accidents and fatalities. Most recently, I will cite the March 10th Fresno Bee article where a total of 8 farm workers lost their lives on Highway 99. This in conjunction with having to navigate traffic, not only heavy duty truck traffic, but also the multitude of tourism traffic that comes up and down Highway 99. Therefore, our organization strongly recommends support of the Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue interchange modifications. And of course, they also meet the environmental requirements, which most people are advocating against, or that we are against. This would allow for a more free and efficient mode of travel, causing less pollution in the area. Thank you.
Mr. Mendoza, thank you. And this is probably a good time just to recognize and thank Amelia, our ASL interpreter, and the amazing work she does. Thank you, Amelia. Our next online speaker.
Up next, we have Kiana Valentine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Kiana Valentine on behalf of Transportation California. I don't want to repeat previous testimony, but just wanted to raise support again from the statewide transportation construction industry for the investments in State Route 99 and this project. I recognize that there is much work to be done to build an accessible, safe, efficient, affordable, multimodal transportation system for the state and to reinvest in communities that have been underinvested in over decades. This project is part of that solution. The state is making significant progress in achieving our transportation, climate equity, and accessibility goals one step at a time. We urge your support for this project today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentine. Next.
Up next, we have Kate Albiani.
Hello, my name is Kate Albiani, and I am speaking on behalf of Assemblyman Vince Fong in support of this project. Assemblyman Fong represents Kern and Tulare counties, and we have seen the direct impacts of lane reductions in both directions on the 99, leading to increased collisions and traffic congestion, and inadvertently or adversely affecting our Tulare communities along the 99. We support the proposed investments in projects on State Route 99 that will help close the existing gaps and create a seamless corridor to 3 lanes throughout. This will address significant safety issues, increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the movement of goods through our state, including vital agricultural products, and increase multimodal transportation availability. State Route 99 is the transportation backbone of Tulare County and the entire Central Valley, and it is a critical goods movement artery for the state. It is because of this need for freight movement and the safety for Tulare County, the Central Valley, and the state as a whole that continued investment in projects like this are critical. Tulare County is home to many rural commuters, including agricultural farm workers, who rely on a safe and effective highway system. As mentioned earlier, Page Avenue is currently exceptionally dangerous with many collisions reported nearly every week. It is a key artery for events at the World Ag Expo, drawing attendees from around the world, and we cannot stress enough the importance of this project is to the community that we live in. A complete State Route 99 is a vital part of our global strategy for this region, and Assemblyman Vince Fong strongly recommends support for the Tulare 6-lane and Page Avenue interchange improvement project. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, and please thank the assembly member for us as well. Next speaker.
Up next, we have Ashley Kaiser.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. This is Ashley Kaiser representing AGC of California. State Route 99 is extremely important to the state from both an economical standpoint, but also a main thoroughfare for the communities throughout the San Joaquin Valley, as it connects to both Northern and Southern California. Even with investments through Proposition 1B and SB1, State Route 99 remains unfinished. I want to take a moment just to reemphasize the important data supporting this project. This project serves over 4.4 million residents of the San Joaquin Valley. It sees 1.3 million daily truck trips supporting good movements. 44% of the employment in the San Joaquin Valley is related to goods movement dependent industries, providing the gateway for over 25% of the nation's food supply cultivated in the San Joaquin Valley, accounting for almost 50 billion annually. This project creates opportunities for the region by improving freight transit and passenger travel time reliability while ensuring the state of good repairs and improving safety for all modes. This project improves pedestrian infrastructure and will provide wide shared use paths along Page Avenue. This provides better safety and mobility options for users, including the disadvantaged communities of Matheny Tract. SB 743 is associated VMT mitigations include increasing transit opportunities and more strategic options for the development and implementation of a comprehensive corridor management plan. 99 is a backbone to the state transportation system, and this project will help not only the region, but it helps continue to strategic and needed improvements to the corridor, ultimately helping address safety concerns. We urge your support for this project, not only for the benefits of the community, but for the larger impact that 99 has statewide.
And that's your time. Good. You've almost nailed it exactly on time. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ashley, for weighing in. Our next online speaker.
Up next, we have Carter Rubin. May have lost him. Carter Rubin, checking back in. I see you're still online. You had your hand raised. Do you wish to comment? If so, indicate by using the virtual hand raise feature again. All right.
Oh, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. This is Carter Rubin from the Natural Resources Defense Council, calling in to echo the comments and concerns from the community members and my counterparts at the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'd like to particularly draw attention to a concern I have that in the project's environmental analysis, data was provided to the US EPA indicating that this project would not be one of air quality concern. And I would like to emphasize to the Commission that when highway capacity projects are being funded by the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and being graded well in this program because of their ability to increase the number of diesel trucks moving goods through our state, it is in discord with the notion that this would not be a project of air quality concern. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Up next, we have Stacy Guzman.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Stacy Guzman. I'm the Executive Director of the Merced County Association of Governments. I wasn't planning to speak, but I really felt compelled to speak in support of the State Route 99 project and Tulare to Page project. And I felt like it was really important to be reiterating what I think we're starting to hear more and more of, but knowing that State Route 99 is really the backbone for our region as a corridor for opportunity for Valley residents. So we know our region is the world's breadbasket, and we produce a wide variety of commodities. And the 99 is used to deliver that food from our farms to your table. But I'll argue that the most important use of this corridor is connecting our Valley residents to jobs, higher education, healthcare facilities. There's been talk of Valley Children's Hospital that even from Merced we travel to. It's how our visitors to our region reach our national parks, of which we have 3 that are accessed through the San Joaquin Valley. The 99 corridor has to be a safe corridor for all goods movement and people movement, whether it is for jobs, healthcare, recreation, what have you. And I think that our region deserves that. And it's this kind of work that Tulare is doing with the Page project that's helping achieve that along our corridor. So thank you so much for your consideration of this item, and we encourage your support.
Thank you, Ms. Guzman.
That concludes all requests received from our virtual attendees.
Great. Thank you. Oh, okay. It looks like we have okay, it looks like we have one more speaker in the room. Okay, please come forward and we will reset the clock. Thank you. No, I believe this, at least so far, is our last speaker, William Walker.
Hi, William Walker, EAC Chair. I'll be quick.
No, we did have others, so I'll beg their indulgence.
I'll be even
Please
very
go ahead.
quicker.
You're at the mic.
The folks with Tulare County have already spoken with me personally and want to meet with the EAC, and I'm excited to hear that they are looking to develop their engagement activities. So thank you.
William, thank you for letting us know that. And my apologies to these cards. They were to my left. I didn't see them. If we can have, please line up Manny Leon, to be followed by Mark Mondell, to be followed by Ted Smalley. Manny, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Manny Leon, California Alliance for Jobs. We're in strong support of this project and we urge the commission to approve this project. As was said before, the 99 serves as the critical north-south corridor for goods movements throughout California. Furthermore, State Route 99 connects all major Central Valley cities, serving as the primary thoroughfare for workers needing to commute, students attending one of the several universities in this region, local businesses transporting goods and services between cities and towns, and local residents just carrying out their daily activities. The Tulare six-lane project, interchange improvement project, will improve freight, transit, passenger travel time reliability, ensure the state of good repair, and importantly, improve safety for all modes traveling on State Route 99. The proposal today takes an effective and common sense approach to mitigating the impacts to this project. This is a great step forward in providing options for all those traveling along this corridor. In the interest of time, I'll align myself with and echo many of the comments made by our industry partners such as Transportation California and some of the COGs. And so thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Next is Mark Mandel and then Ted.
Thank you. Mark Mondell, City Manager, City of Tulare. Just as a reminder, the Matheny Track and the residents of the Matheny Track are currently located outside of the city limits and approximately 1 mile away from the intersection of the Page interchange with Highway 99. As I mentioned in my previous comments, in our opinion, the solution for many of the concerns that have been raised is annexation into the city. We're eager to do that, and that's with all sincerity. It is complicated. It'll take a little bit of time. We will be happy to lead that effort in terms of bringing consultants to the table, inviting anyone who wants to be at the table to be heard, to be part of that process. There'll have to be some realizations of what can work and what may not work. I mentioned some of those previously. One of the additional items I'd like to give to you is the knowledge that we're already trying to work as best we can. For example, the city is very fortunate and grateful in working with the county and the state of California. We are building a well. It's a $7.5 million project that will provide potable water to the residents of the Matheny Track. That's under construction as we speak. We have also agreed to take all of the effluent from the residents of the Matheny Track, but that's about a $30 to $40 million project of getting the effluent to the city's wastewater treatment plant. So that's going to take a little time to figure out how to make that work. The challenge with them being outside of the city limits is I can't really take taxpayer dollars from the residents of Tulare and just start spending them outside of city limits, right? So there's a lot of details we have to work through, legal matters that have to be worked through, but we have all sincerity and interest in doing that, regardless of the outcome of this decision. It just means we have to come to the table together. We fully support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mondell. Ted Smalley.
Thank you again. I won't repeat the things I said earlier, but I do want to remind you all this project has significant mitigation as part of it. 2 minutes goes fast. And so I didn't mention it earlier, but we will again be expanding the van pool program as part of this. It's very successful. I can't tell you whether it will be farm labor or traditional van pools yet. We also have a number of routes we'll be expanding so that additional access will be there. And then finally, I think it was mentioned about the corridor management plan. We're partnering with Caltrans, looking ultimately at managed lanes and truck only lanes on 99. So lastly, just say that on the process, Caltrans extended the period, did lots of extra meetings. I think did a good job of putting this together, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smalley. We are told that there is one final speaker online, and then we'll go to commissioners.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardino. I'd like to call on Joshua Arce. Joshua, you're now free to unmute yourself and make your comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioners. Joshua Arce with the Northern California District of Laborers and our 30,000 members who want to testify in support of this project and approving the item today, and specifically with the staff recommendations, because the project's going to really improve the corridor. As we've heard from other speakers, it's a corridor heavily traveled by workers, agricultural vehicles, other businesses. It's a primary highway freight system designee for the National Highway Freight. It's necessary to improve this corridor in Tulare County. Not only that, in relieving congestion and improving freight movement, it's important to note that it's going to create jobs, and not just jobs of any sort, but union construction jobs that support families. So for our members who really depend on this kind of work, and also who travel this thoroughfare and this right of way through the area, it gives us the ability to bring people into the industry from the Central Valley, where folks need these kind of jobs and need this wage, and it's going to boost the local economy. So again, just aligning ourselves with all of the speakers who support the project and asking for you to approve today.
Thank you, sir, for weighing in. Do we have any other online speakers? Don't see any more in the room. We are going to transition now to our commission, both virtually and in the room. And I see one mic, past Chair Eager.
Yes, thank you. And I don't think I can express enough how important the 99 is for the Central Valley. I don't think it's any secret to any of you that I am a high-speed rail supporter. Getting people off of the freeways and getting them into statewide public transportation has always been a goal. During the time that I was out speaking and advocating on behalf of high-speed rail, I heard things like, and I'm not going to say who said them, why would we need to help the Central Valley? Because you're just going to go from somewhere where somebody doesn't want to live to another place where somebody doesn't want to go. And they were talking about Fresno to Bakersfield. I also heard things like, the only thing they have in the Central Valley, is pigs, cows, and tumbleweeds, which is personal to us who live there. There are wonderful places to live and wonderful places to go and wonderful people in the Central Valley who care about getting safely from this place to this place. And as I said before, I'll try not to cry again. Agriculture is the lifeblood of the Central Valley. Getting your product out of the Central Valley and around the world and around the country is imperative. And at this time, there is not another option but the 99. And to make it safer, to make it quicker, to make it more accessible to everyone is so important. So I just want to put that out there that someday we will have high-speed rail that will take people off of that freeway. But for right now, this is an important project. Thank you. And with that, I would like to make the motion to approve this item.
So there is a motion by past Chair Eager, a second by Commissioner Cruz. That begins more conversation. If the commission would like to do so, recognizing Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Gardino. I don't want to do a whole repeat of what I was speaking to on this project earlier. But again, I really encourage the members of the community and residents in the area throughout where the project is happening to stay engaged. We did have, if you weren't online at the time, I would say a pretty robust conversation and encouragement for the project sponsors to really understand that the community is the city, is the county, is the state, and to truly engage and to get proactive on bringing solutions to folks who've been left out and in the underserved areas and in a real way, and to make progress and build off that progress. So I just wanted to say I was encouraged by the comments earlier from the project sponsors, and just wanted to encourage that again, and also offer up any services I may be able to offer on some of the coalition building down there, putting on my day hat as Carpenters Union. We're happy to engage, but just to really engage with respect, understand historic harms, and look towards engagement with respect, and to primarily listen, to the concerns. There's business, but then there's human business, and that's all about empowerment, where I'm coming from. So just wanted to reemphasize some of that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. I'm looking on my phone for our commissioners participating virtually. I'm not seeing any hands yet. And in the room, would any other commissioners like to speak on the motion and second that's on the
Just real
table?
quick, I know I seconded the motion, but I also want to make a couple comments about the folks who called in, and just be clear that we are not dismissing their concerns at this dais. And we're very concerned about health and air quality in the Central Valley. And I know we're all committed to an all of the above approach when it comes to making investments in these areas. But this project right here really speaks to some safety elements that I'm concerned with, as well as the economy. But I want to make it clear that their voices are heard, and we will continue to make improvements to address those in the future.
Commissioner Cruz, thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Grisby.
Thank you, Chair. As someone who prioritizes stewardship of our environment as well as economic growth, these sort of questions are always things that I think deeply about. I think in the last couple of months, we've heard a lot from people around the state that are concerned about the proliferation of the impacts from logistics industry advancement and growth. And while I might understand, as someone who grew up in the Inland Empire, about the impact on lungs and from air pollution and asthma, I think the use of trying to use transportation investment projects to put a cap on job growth and industry growth in these areas might be the wrong approach. But perhaps a better approach, in my own opinion, would be to have a much more in-depth, long-term conversation about job mix and the skill development of people in the area to attract new forms of business development and jobs in those areas if people want to get away from logistics and other polluting industries. So particularly for these transportation investments, we want to make that can actually positively impact the existing conditions. We should be very careful about trying to block them for the purpose of resisting job growth. Thanks.
Thanks for your thoughtful comments, Vice Chair Grisby. Seeing no other comments, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, all those in favor of approving item 84, please say aye.
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 Thank you. And all those opposed? And abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you again to our staff team. We are moving on, please, back to item 82. And that is approval of project for future consideration of funding for State Route 37. Cherry and Jeremy.
Yes. Tab 82 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report for the State Route 37 flood reduction project in Marin County and to approve the project for future consideration of funding. Caltrans adopted a statement of overriding considerations, finding that the project benefits outweigh the impacts. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Jerry, thank you. And is Jeremy online just again if there are questions, or did
So,
Jeremy want to
yeah,
speak?
Jeremy or other Caltrans staff from the district would be available for any questions.
Great, thank you. That's good to know. Do we have any speakers online?
Not seeing any requests from our virtual attendees.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any in the room? We don't see any speaker cards. Colleagues, this is an action item, comments or a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second. Y'all are quick. I like that. There's a motion by Commissioner Tiffany, a second by Vice Chair Grisby, and an eager third by Chair Eager. That was not intentional. I feel silly now. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any other comments that any commissioner would like to make? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair Lugo. All those opposed? And abstentions? Item 82 is passed. Thank you, Cherry. Item 83.
Tab 83 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report for the State Route 1 auxiliary lanes and bus on-shoulder improvements, Freedom Boulevard to State Park Drive and Coastal Rail Trail Segment 12, and to approve the project for future consideration of funding. Caltrans adopted a statement of overriding considerations, finding that the project benefits outweigh the impacts. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Cherry, thank you. Are there any people online for this item?
Not seeing any requests from our virtual attendees to comment on this item.
Thank you, Justin. Not seeing any in the room either. Commissioners, this is an action item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, a second by former Chair Eager. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion on tab 83 passes. Moving on to tab 85. Cherry, as long as your vocal cords are warmed up, please continue.
Yeah. Tab 85 is an action item to accept the final environmental impact report for the Interstate 40 Colorado River Bridge Replacement Project and to approve the project for future consideration of funding. Caltrans found that the project will not have a significant effect on the environment after mitigation. Staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval.
Great. People online to address this?
Not seeing any requests for this item.
Thank you, Justin. And not in the room, Commissioner colleagues, this is an action item.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bradshaw, second by Commissioner Tiffany. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? This motion passes. Cherry, you're 4 for 4 today. Thank you. We're going to move on to right-of-way matters. Director's deeds, item 86. Tim Sobelman.
Thank you, Chair. Tab 86 is an action item that requires commission approval for Caltrans to proceed with executing one director's deed for sale of an excess state-owned property in the city of South Pasadena. The conveyance of excess state-owned real property is pursuant to Section 118 of the Streets and Highway Code. And specific to this director's deed, the Roberti Act and the State Route 710 Sales Program Regulations. The Roberti Act requires the department to dispose of State Route 710 surplus residential properties originally acquired for the State Route 710 extension project and located in Pasadena, South Pasadena, and El Sereno community of Los Angeles in a manner that preserves, maintains, and expands the supply of housings to persons and families of low to moderate income and sets forth the priorities and procedures for such disposals. For non-vacant properties, the Roberti Act gives first priority to current tenants. The department began issuing notices of solicitation in the summer of 2022 to current tenants in the State Route 710 corridor to solicit interest in purchasing the State Route 710 residential properties they rent. This notice begins the sale process and provided tenants 30 calendar days to respond to the notice expressing interest in purchasing. By October 2023, all tenants in the State Route 710 corridor had received notices of solicitation. Upon receipt of a tenant's response to the notice of solicitation, the department sends the tenant a written request for documentation, including income documentation that is necessary to determine eligibility to purchase at an affordable price. Tenants not eligible to purchase at an affordable price are offered the property at the appraised fair market value pursuant to the Roberti Act, which reserves priority to purchase to current tenants regardless of income. The director's deed included in this item involves a fair market value sale to the current tenant that has lived there for over 5 years. The fair market sales price is $820,000. Staff recommends approval of tab 86.
Thank you, Timothy. We're going to start online. Do we have any online speakers?
I do not see any request to comment on this item at this time.
Thank you. And in the room, we have 2 speaker cards. If we may ask, I think, yes, just 2. Brenda Tafoya and Fanny Guzman, if you could both come forward, please. Okay, and now there are some online, but we're going to take our in the room speakers first. Greetings, Brenda. Thank you for joining us, and you have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I want to first acknowledge that this agenda item is related to my comments since the process of the home sales of the 710 corridor continues to disengage our community. My name is Brenda Tafoya. I'm the Director of Housing Strategies of El Sereno Community Land Trust, a nonprofit committed to securing community spaces and housing that is decent, affordable, and held in stewardship in community members on a long-term basis. I'm here to speak on behalf of our stakeholders and community members. We want our proposals of anti-displacement, equity, and holistic practices to be taken seriously and to be given space. Community land trusts are viable solutions to our housing crisis. They have been proven to be successful in many places in this country. The core of our proposals is community-driven. Our solutions are powerful because they deeply engage community members in defining their dignity and autonomy through housing. We're part of a larger land trust network in the state of California, where we can point to many models of success that have proven to be effective on rental, home ownership, and cooperative structures. This model, whose common thread is ensuring the meaningful involvement of tenants when deciding on the care of their homes, places of work, and open spaces through a democratic decision-making process. Our model is one of the most beautiful examples of the democratic spirit on which our country was founded. We live through these values. We want our model to be considered when speaking about housing solutions. Thank you.
Brenda, thank you. Fanny Guzman.
Hello, everybody. You guys know me already. I'm Fanny Guzman with the Sereno Community Land Trust. On Wednesday, 3/20, HOCLA used violence against a single mother of 4 to displace her from her home. Both Caltrans and HOCLA use public funding and resources to directly and indirectly displace families from their homes, exacerbating the housing crisis. HOCLA's revolving door of housing folks temporarily and violently displacing them from homes needs to be stopped. This is a problem that exacerbates the housing crisis. And on top of using large amounts of public funding, they're just misused. We need to work on creating holistic solutions. We need a community-based solution. And as I stated yesterday, the El Sereno Community Land Trust has been asking HOCLA for open discussions to explore opportunities for people to go into their next phase of housing stability without having to displace the families. As we support housing that does not take away the networks of supporting households needed to heal from the trauma of homelessness. We believe some solutions honor this belonging and want HOCLA to sit with us and explore these options. The violent incident from Wednesday should not have happened. We should use public funds in holistic frameworks. There was no need to have 200+ CHP officers on site for a peaceful gathering at Delma's home. I was arrested even though I removed myself from the property and cut with a knife as the zip ties were being removed because they were excruciatingly painfully tied and not allowing me for my blood to flow. Afterwards, along myself and 11 other detainees were kept handcuffed for almost 5 hours and kept locked up even further, even though folks requested for my release and another mother, but instead we were the last 2 detainees to be released. CHP should not have been involved to force the violent eviction. Thelma was scared into leaving the unit without having a shelter for her 4 children.
I'm sorry, but your
We were
time.
invited
No,
by
I'm
Thelma
not
to
going to
save
do
her
that.
home, and I am feeling emotional as I recall the aggressive
Ma'am,
experience.
we'll,
The Land Trust will be
okay,
presenting
we're
a
going to turn
proposal.
off the microphone, please. That, if we don't have the same time limits for everyone, then we're not respecting everyone. Thank you. Our next speaker is William Walker.
You're gonna call me that question, so. And again, like I said, I'll be brief. William Walker, EAC, I already addressed this in my opening remarks. I just want to make the link for folks who didn't. Make the link that the community engagement for these items, it's no different than a shop hearing on fixing the freeway, the viaduct, the Bayshore Viaduct that's happened in San Francisco that was on your agenda today. There needs to be an open process when looking at lands, and with the memos like the anti-displacement and housing policies that are coming out of this commission or out of CalSTA or wherever they're coming out of the 3 agencies, we have to link it all together. It's all interlinked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Are there any other online speakers?
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardino. We do have virtual attendees with their hand raised at this time.
Thank you.
I'd like to first call on Benito Flores.
¿Aló, me pueden oír? Hola, hola. Sí, ok, somos 2 personas. Soy yo, Benito Flores, y es Sandra, también somos reclaimers. Somos reclaimers del Sereno. Y bueno, estuvimos apoyando a la señora Telma.
Benito, un momento.
Sí.
Mr. Flores, we're just allowing our translators to come to the mic so that they can capture your comments and then translate so that we can all benefit from your comments. Thank you. We're going to start over, sir. And
Gracias.
again, you have up to 2 minutes. And then Vanessa and Tomas, thank you again for racing out of your seats to come forward.
Ok, gracias. Mi nombre es Benito. Soy un reclamador del Sereno. Estamos reclamando las casas de Caltrans que las ha tenido vacías por 20 años. El miércoles sacaron a Thelma McKinney. Ella es una señora con 4 hijos. La sacaron a la calle, a vivir en la calle. ¿Y por qué está haciendo eso Caltrans? Ellos están recibiendo mucho dinero para ayudar a la gente sin hogar. Y lo que hacen es esa crueldad de sacar a la gente con niños a la calle. Nosotros estamos en la misma situación. También a nosotros los reclamadores nos van a echar a la calle. Vinimos de la calle, vivíamos en la calle y pudimos agarrar esas casas y pudimos hacer un contrato con Jacla, y ahora ya nos van a echar a la calle, nos van a correr a la calle. Eso es inhumano. Tengo aquí conmigo digo, es mucha violencia. ¿Cuánto dinero ganan de sueldo los directivos de Caltrans? Ganan muchísimo dinero. ¿Y para qué? Para que ahora expulsen a la calle a la gente. Hemos tratado de hablar con ellos para que trabajen con el Sereno Community Land Trust para otras opciones. Y no, ellos no quieren hablar, solo quieren echar a la gente a la calle. Aquí conmigo está Sandra, otra reclamadora, y me gustaría que le dieran otros 2 minutos a ella, por favor. Sandra, por favor.
Thank you. And either Vanessa or Tomas, thank you again
Hello?
for being
Yes.
here.
No, wait, I still have 2 minutes. This is Sandra speaking, and I'm here with Benito. I'm gonna introduce myself. My name is Sandra Saucedo, and I come here to you from El Sereno. I am also part of the Reclaiming Our Homes movement, and I sit at the board member for the El Sereno Community Land Trust. I find that everything that is mentioned, it's only words. It's like poetic justice. However, the people who have been evicted, Thelma, along with her 4 children, This is not poetic. This is very real. This is a reality for them. I just want to mention that we need to do better. This is a disgrace. They decided to pull this family out so they can board this house up again for how many days, how many months, possibly years? Benito mentioned 20 years. He's actually wrong because it's 40 years, 40. Okay, so this is not very lightly. Don't take this lightly. Be mad. Put your head above your shoulders and think a little bit of what this means, okay? We're not raising hell because of nothing. We want to tell you that it is time for the community to have access to these programs. Not only deep-pocketed agencies like HACLA that have a ton of money and that have no heart. This is not what we want. We want HACLA out of this community, out of El Sereno, and we want the same resources. We want the community to have the same programs, the same abilities. This is all I have. I have one more person with me, and please, I would like to ask for 2 more minutes.
Ma'am, if you could wait for just a moment. Mr. Flores spoke in Spanish. We have Spanish translators. We respect him and we want to hear what he had to say. So just if you could patiently wait for Tomas or Vanessa to translate Mr. Flores' comments, then we can hear from the other person with you in the room from which you are calling. Great.
My name is Benito and I live in El Sereno. Everything has been empty for 20 years. There's a displaced woman who's been living in the streets. It looks like she was getting money for helping people that were on the streets, but then that help stopped and we're almost in the streets. We're gonna become homeless. We're trying to get a contract to rent a house.
He's not, but you're not saying what
Ma'am?
he said. Can you let him finish?
Sorry about that.
We cannot have that in this hearing. We're going to respect each other and we're going to respect